industry through investment, through innovation, and global trade. Of course, we welcome our special guests. We welcome dignitaries, stakeholders, international organizations, and the media to this great and eventful event today. And of course, this event promises to be power-packed. Once again, welcome. Please, a round of applause for everyone here. A round of applause. Please, if your hands are not too busy, please a round of applause. And if anyone is outside, please, if anyone who is supposed to be here, if you're outside, please kindly come join us, because we're starting and there's no African time. We're starting 10 and we're going to finish early enough for everyone to go about their various activities for the rest of the day. I will be your master of ceremony for today's event, and I am Thelma Ukukun. Yes, I am a presenter with the Armed Forces of Nigeria Radio Service. Once again, please give yourself a round of applause. All right, so this great event will begin with the official opening prayer by Pastor Israel Akinsoya from the Living Faith Church, Lokogoma. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes to the podium to give us the opening prayer. Welcome, sir.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. It's my honor to be here to lead in this opening prayer session. I'd like for us to be up on our feet in honor of our Lord, in honor of the Almighty God as we pray. Our Father and our God, we just want to thank you. We want to bless your name. We want to magnify your majesty for your faithfulness over this association ever since the inception to date. Thank you for your good hand upon our dear country, Nigeria, for your good hand, for every good thing that you have been doing in this great nation, and in particular through this association, moving Nigeria forward on every side. It can only be you. We recognize you as the owner of the entire world, because the earth is the Lord and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. And today, in the name that is above every other name, and by the power in that name of Jesus the Christ, we commit this program into your able hand. We ask that from the beginning to the end, you will take over. Everyone that is still on the way, you will bring them here speedily. There shall be no evil report. We ask, O God of heaven, that you will help us, that in this program today, I decree that you will move this association forward. There shall be no division in this association. Through this association, Nigeria economy will be boosted. In the name of Jesus Christ, the leadership of this association, I ask that the grace of God to continue to be resilient, even in the midst of challenges. I ask that the grace of God be released upon you. The wisdom to steer the affairs of this organization, let it be given to you on every side. At the end, we vow to a day that will be much remembered, even in the history of our dear country and FCT, in the name of Jesus Christ. Thank you, Lord. In Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Once again, please a round of applause for Pastor Israel Akinsoya from the Living Faith Church, Lokogoma. Please, we have to be, everyone has to be in high spirits this beautiful morning, because we are here to celebrate a great industry, the cashew industry. And of course, like I said, we have dignitaries here present. we have our international organization. We'll be having on the podium for the opening remark and welcome address by the Deputy President INCAN, the National Cashew Association of Nigeria, Mr. Shaibu Musa. Mr. Shaibu Musa, the Deputy INCAN President and alumnus of the University of Ibadan. He is an occupational health practitioner, a healthcare administrator, and he's currently the Group Managing Director, NISA Medical Group, Abuja. He is very, very passionate about health, safety, and the environment, of course, especially, and the health of the people who are at work. He is married with children, and of course, for his leisure, he enjoys playing golf. Please, a round of applause for him. A round of applause. Please, if your hands are not too busy. Welcome, sir. It's good to have you.
Welcome address to Nigeria Cashew Day 2026. Delivered period to annual general meeting, AGM and National Cashew Association of Nigeria, NCAN. It is presented by the Deputy Vice President, National Cashew Association of Nigeria, on behalf of the President, National Cashew Association of Nigeria. Venue here, Yaradua Center, Abuja, date, Thursday, 22nd January 2026. I observe all protocols. The distinguished guests, honorable ministers, head of government agencies, members of the diplomatic corps, development partners, captains of industries, investors and financial industries, esteemed state government representatives, leaders of farmers, processors, exporters, aggregators, and members of the press. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished members of National Cashew Association of Nigeria, I am honored and warmly welcome you all to this the Nigeria Cashew Association, Nigeria Cashew 2026 Day, holding here today at the Yaradua Square, Abuja. I bring you warm greeting on behalf of the President of the National Cashew Association of Nigeria, Dr. Joseph Ojo Ajanaku, the National President and his co-National Executive Committee, and the entire membership of the association. This year's gathering is particularly significant as it practiced and set the tone for the annual general meeting of the National Cashew Association of Nigeria, NCAN. It is therefore serves not only a national industry celebration, industry forum, but also as a moment of reflection, unity, and the commitment to the future of Nigeria cashew industry. While we are here, Nigeria Cashew Day is not merely a ceremonial event. It is a deliberate platform for policy dialogue, investment, engagement, farmers advocacy, and institutional accountability. From Benin 2023 to Enugu in 2024, and in Lagos 2025, And now, Abuja in 2026, Nigeria Cashew Day has evolved into a most enviable national platform for shaping the future of our cashew industries. State of Nigeria Cashew. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Nigeria cashew industry stands at a defining moment. Nigeria has the capacity of producing over 4 million tons of raw cashew nuts annually. Yet, for too long, we have exported raw nuts while importing unemployment, loss of industrial opportunity, and unrealized national interest. Our farmers remain vulnerable. Domestic processor struggle for survival and value the unity and clarity of purpose. ENCAN's commitment. The National Cashew Association of Nigeria remain steadfast in the mandate to protect, organize, and industrialize the cashew value chain. Under the leadership of the President and the National Executive Committee, INCAN has continued to engage government, institutions, financial partners, development agency, and international stakeholders to promote processing, structure, aggregate farmer, and protections and policy reforms. Nigeria Cashew Day 2026, therefore, represents a renewed call to collective action, setting the tone for the AGM. As we proceed later today to the annual general meeting of our association, this welcome address is intended to set tone of unity, discipline, transparency, and institutional respect. The AGM will address governance matters, industry reforms, and key decisions necessary to safeguard the integrity and future of ENCAN and the Nigeria cashew industry at large. I respectfully urge all members to participate constructively, responsibly, and in the collective interest of the association. Welcome to partners and stakeholders, to our partners in the Friends of the Nigeria are welcome. Nigeria remains open to cashew participant partnership that the competitive process and globally respected cashew producing nation. Closing. Once again, I warmly welcome you all to Nigeria Cashew Day 2026, and I thank you for your continued support engagement, and belief in the Nigeria cashew industry. May today's deliberation be fruitful, forward-looking, and impactful. God bless the Nigeria cashew farmers. God bless National Cashew Association of Nigeria. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you all.
Once again, a round of applause for him. God bless Nigeria, and God bless the Deputy President in Cannes. All right, so moving on, we'll be having the cultural display by Natural Cultural Group. As much as we are here to have all the information when it comes to the Nigeria Cashew Association, all the potentials are inherent in this industry. We'll also entertain ourselves because Nigerians, we are known to be happy people. So we'll be having, up next, the cultural display by Nigerian Cultural Group. All right, let's have them quickly. Like I said, we'll be moving quickly with time, no African time. Our cultural group, can we have them now, or we move on to the next? All right, so if we don't have that now because of time, we can bring forward the president of INCAN. Okay, but before then, yes, our cultural group are getting ready. They're getting prepared. So we want to recognize the presence of High Chief Barrister Emeka Nwala, who is the Chief of Staff to Senator Orji Uzo Kalu, also the President African Parliamentary AIDS Association. Please, a round of applause for him. Please, if your hands are not too busy, a round of applause for him. Welcome, sir. It's good to have you. We also want to recognize the presence of the Director of Agro-Intelligence, DSS, Mr. Iliasu Sani. Mr. Iliasu Sani. Welcome, sir. All right, we also want to recognize the presence of the Chairman, Board of Trustees of INCAN, and Secretary Bots, Stevenson Iresondu. Yes, also, a round of applause for him. It's good to have you, sir. Welcome. I also want to recognize the presence of Dr. Abiodun Rashid Adedeji, the Executive Director and CEO of CRIN. That's the Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria. Welcome, sir. A round of applause for him, please. This is still morning, so I don't know. Let's, if they say a round of applause, it's another way of keeping yourself, rigorous. So please, a round of applause for everyone present here. A round of applause for yourselves also. Wow, wow, wow. Please, a round of applause for them. That was a power-packed, beautiful, energetic performance by the Nigerian Cultural Group. Please, if you enjoyed that presentation, please give them a round of applause twice. Also give yourself a round of applause once. And give the MC a round of applause once. All right, before moving on, we want to recognize the presence of our special guests present here. We want to recognize the presence of Head of Partnership, Mrs. Weyimo Eribo, representing the MD Bank of Agric. Please, a round of applause. We also have here present Alhaji Isa Sedi Raju, the Commissioner for Agric, Niger State. Please, a round of applause for him. A round of applause. He's present here. It's good to have you, sir. We also have Mr. Ibrahim Sanfo, the President, Africa Cashew Alliance. A round of applause for him. Welcome, sir. It's good to have you. When we have special persons, when we have dignitaries like this in such occasion, we should know that, yes, we are moving forward. All right, we also have the presence of Mr. Sheriff Tunde Balogu, who is the President, Federation of Commodity Association of Nigeria, FACAN. Please, a round of applause for him. So are you present here? All right, it's good to have you, sir. Also, we also have Mrs. Hajara Usman, who is the Director of Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. Is she present here? All right, ma'am, you're looking so beautiful. It's good to have you. You know, when I come to occasions like this, when I anchor events like this, and I see very beautiful women who are making impact in the society, it makes me know that I will also get there. All right, once again, a round of applause for her. We also have the presence of Mr. Abdullahi Medaya Yakubu. I'm a Nigerian, so I just pray, and I know that I'm pronouncing all these names correctly, Yoruba names, Hausa names, Igbo names. So even if I fault the beats, please apologies. Like I said, we have the presence of the Chairman Board of Trustees, Mr. Abdullahi Medaya Yakubu, Dawanan International Grains Market, Kano State, all the way from Kano State. Welcome, sir. Okay, moving on. We'll have short addresses, and we would like for everyone, please, to keep to time, 5 minutes each. Please, no matter how bulky your information is, you can help us, shrink it to 5 minutes. So we'll also have the first address by the President, Africa Cashew Alliance, ACA, by Mr. Ibrahim Sanfo. Welcome, sir. Welcome you to the podium. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes to the podium.
Good morning, everybody. I supposed to read my speech in French. I'm coming from Burkina, but I will do my best to do it in English. So, French, English. Thank you. Okay. My phone don't want me to read the speech here. Mr. President, Joy, please. Mr. President,
All right, so we'll still have him on the podium soon, but let's make a do to welcome specially the man who has made this event very possible, a very dogged fighter, the national president of the National Cashew Association of Nigeria, who goes by the name Mr. Ojo Joseph Ajanaku. He stands as a prominent voice and leader for Nigeria's cashew industry, driving its growth and potential to greater height. He was elected as the Incan president in the year 2024. He has actively led numerous actions to develop Nigeria's cashew sector, advocating for increased production, processing and export to boost national earnings and also create massive employment. He advocates for unlocking the industry's full potentials, which could create over 50 million jobs when fully harnessed. Welcome to the podium, our one and only dogged fighter, the Incan president, Mr. Joseph Ojo Ajanaku. Please, if your hands are not too busy, a round of applause for him. Let the clap, please let it reach the rooftop. All right, it's good to have you, sir. Welcome on board.
Good morning, all. All protocol duly observed. Honorable ministers present here represented, governors of state represented here, captains of industries represented in this place, development partners represented here with us today, distinguished members of National Cashew Association of Nigeria, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are all welcome to this day, which we started some time ago in 2023 from Benin. As soon as I assumed office, we found it important that there should be a forum where all stakeholders in the industry come together to discuss what really affects us. As association is defined, as people with common interests coming together. And we feel that the Nigeria Cashew Day should be a forum where we all come together and discuss our common interests. Today we are having it here in Abuja. It's a conference that rotates. We intend to move around the Federation to create our impact in the state that we are in. In 24, we are in Enugu. 25, we are in Lagos. This is a forum that always carry a lot of populations that will come with us here to discuss Nigeria cashew issue. I will take you down a memory lane about Nigeria cashew industry and the association. The association started in 1999, inaugurated here in Abuja by the then President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. in Agora Hotel. And today again, we are back here in Abuja to discuss about the Nigeria cashew industry. What do we say about Nigeria cashew industry from when the association was inaugurated and where we are today? The essence of this association is to boost the interests of our people and the economic of the nation. The question is, how impactful has the Nigeria cashew industry been to the Nigeria economy? And what is the government of Nigeria doing to support the industry for further impact to our country economy? This is why we are here today. We'll be having plenary sessions where matters will be discussed. It was like a joke when the then Prime Minister of the Eastern region, Michael Okpara, brought cashew into Nigeria, was planted in the Eastern region to check erosion. Today it has become a commodity that is recognized and scheduled to be exported out of Nigerian shore that can earn us a lot of money. Africa remains the major producer of cashew in the entire global world. It is not by chance, but it is by sheer plan of God to give us in Africa this commodity that is not common in other parts of the world. And Nigeria stands out in terms of production in this very industry called cashew industry in the world. As of 2010, Nigeria was the largest cashew producing nation in the world. When then we were doing over 800,000 metric tons of cashew. Today, we have dropped down to be the number 6 because of neglect to the sector, and more also affected with policy instability, which has really affected the Nigeria cashew industry. As an association, we are driving hard to make sure that what wrongs has been done can be corrected. We are very much aware as a people that for you to get it right, you must step on toes. Sometimes the mighty ones that looks untouchable, until we step on these toes, we cannot get it right. This is what the association has been championing under my leadership, to see that Nigeria go back to what it used to be as the #1 cashew producing country in the world. Nigeria has all it takes. Nigeria, in a land mass, will have 92+ million hectares of land. We still have 34 million hectares of land, arable land, unused. The entire land of Ivory Coast as a country is 32 million hectares of land. They are producing cashew more than us, Nigeria. They are producing cocoa more than us in Nigeria. The entire population of Ivory Coast is 1/4 of Nigerian population. What do we say then that is the cause that they are producing the agricultural commodity more than us. And so as a people, as a country, as an association that is the private sector representative, the going says, he that wears the shoes knows where it pitches in. We know better. We are the operators. We know better than every other person who sits outside there watching us, because we are the farmers, we are the processors, and we are the marketers. This is why the theme of this year is unlocking the potential that is in the Nigeria cashew industry through innovation, technology, and global market. We are much more interested in seeing that the Nigeria cashew industry lift our people out of poverty, depopulate the urban area, and bring back the rural areas to life. That will help in checking our security crisis that we have today in Nigeria. We all don't have to be in Abuja. We all don't have to be in Lagos. We all don't have to be in Kano. If what is right is done in the Nigeria cashew industry, I'm putting it here today for the Nigeria as a country to know, for the Nigeria government to know that Nigeria cashew industry can create an employment tens of millions, direct and indirect employment. If we are producing 4 million tons of cashew, which we have the capacity, if I recall that have 32 million hectares of land, as the whole land is doing over 1 million tons of cashew, and Nigeria 92 million hectares of land, we can do better. If we produce this and we also add value to what we are producing, you can imagine if we have today in Kogi State, for instance, which is the leading cashew producing state in Nigeria, it will amaze you to know that Kogi State has no functionable cashew processing factory. I ask questions from our domestic processors. They enumerate their challenges, which we have presented before the federal government of Nigeria to see what can be done to encourage them so that they can produce domestically. One of the major challenges they have is funding. The second they have is energy challenge. And so if we are able to tackle this area, we will be able to add value to what we produce. My brothers and sisters seated here today, if we are processing what we produce in the country, we'll be earning double of what we are currently getting from the getting into the Nigerian economy. Not only the income that is going to create for our people, this also will bring up so many other things. Factories will spring up in the villages. If we have 10 factories in Kogi, for instance, to process what they produce in the 3 senatorial districts, you will not have our daughters who have run out of Kogi State to urban areas in looking for greener pasture, but turn to become prostitutes. We will not have our younger ones, our children, who left Kogi State to urban city, yet become criminals in the city and end up in prison. By my research, it is not because they desire to leave home. In fact, they are more comfortable in staying at home if they have job to do at home. But for the economic challenge, the harsh economic situation they have to go out to look for greener pasture. And I'm urging us here today, when we embark more on this discussion, that we should critically look on what we can do that can bring back our children, that some of them are wallowing up in the prisons just because they've gone out to look for greener pasture. Not only in this country, many of them have gone out. I did a research. Among the international powerful passport in the world, Nigeria is almost at the tail end. If you carry a Nigerian passport in your hand, it's like you are an exhibit at any international airport. But you hold a Singapore passport in your hand, they are begging you to come into their country. That changes was done by one man. And I believe maybe somebody sitting down here with us can also effect that change in Nigeria by taking the bold step that needs to be taken in order to revamp the economy of this nation. Like I said at the beginning of my speech, Incan has taken it upon himself in the Nigerian cashew industry to step on toes. And not without a challenge, we recognize that, which has raised up a lot of sponsored elements to fight the leadership of the association. But with the cooperation and the support of the real Nigerians, we are still moving. And with the calibers of people here today, with the institutional support we have been getting, we are still moving forward. The association remains formidable, strong, and moving forward, taking the industry to where it ought to be. And I can assure you that as we go into other discussion today, whatever decision is reached in our annual general meeting, it will be made public to every one of us. The Nigeria cashew industry is an industry that I want us all government representatives, all institutions here present, to give an attention to it. We know we have gotten support from you, but we think that we need more so we can move the association better to where it ought to be. Welcome you all again to this Nigeria Cashew Day. I welcome you all, and I say, long live the Nigeria cashew farmers, the baseline of the Nigeria cashew industry, the people's interest that we hold dearly, because we know without them, there is no Nigeria cashew industry. Long live Federal Republic of Nigeria. Long live National Cashew Association of Nigeria. Thank you all.
A sounding round of applause for our dear Incan President, Dr. Ojo Joseph Ajanaku. That was an insightful, power-packed speech there. Please, a round of applause for him. A round of applause for him. Also, a round of applause for yourself, getting all this information at your fingertip. And also a round of applause for me, your MC. All right. Okay, just like he said, you know, one thing I want to take home from all he said, Nigeria can create tens of millions of jobs for our youths. If you go worldwide, you see how the government of the countries, especially the European countries, harness the potentials of every other sector. So we call on the federal government to look into the cashew industry, to harness the potentials, because our dear youths need to be duly employed. And of course, yes, before I had the national president in my studio the other day, he gave an insight and he opened my mind, as a young lady, to understand the fact that when you hear the word cashew, not just the nut is what comes to your mind. Because once you just hear, a lot of people, once you hear cashew, you just hear cashew nut, the one you break and you throw in your mouth and you eat. It's a whole lot more than that. In the cashew industry, we have byproducts. And what are these byproducts? We have lots and lots of them. In fact, he made me understand that we could even have cashew soup. You can imagine. He mentioned cashew wine, could be got from cashew byproducts. He also mentioned cashew spirit. He talked about cashew syrup. He also mentioned cashew oil, cashew jam, cashew juice, cashew milk, cashew butter, and cashew nutshell liquid. So you can imagine all what you can get from the cashew industry, just from that cashew alone. So please, every one of us here, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time we harness the full potentials of the cashew industry. So moving on, like I said, because of time, we'll be having our next speaker, who I called on earlier, Mr. Ibrahim Samfo, the President, Cashew Alliance, Accra. Welcome once again, sir. Please, a round of applause for him. He's looking quite gentlemanly. And of course, yes, I know he will keep to the time of 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. According to the program, Mr. President supposed to come before me. He wanted me to come before him. God not accept. So, so all protocol observe, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning once again. I bring you greeting and warm wish of the new year from the board of director and management of the African Cashew Alliance. It is a great honor to join you here today to mark the 2026 Nigeria Cashew Day and officially launch the cashew season. The concept behind the Cashew Day celebration is for industry players and stakeholders to have a platform every year to reflect, connect, and strategize for the future of the cashew industry. I'm proud to mention that Nigeria is one of the countries that organize this event every year. Congratulations to INCAN and all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria remains one of the most important pillars of the African and global cashew industry. This country is not only a leading producer in Africa, but also a strategic player in the global value chain. Beyond production, Nigeria's large and growing population position the country has one of the greatest untapped consumer market for cashew in Africa. With the right policy and investment, Nigeria has a unique advantage in shaping the future of the cashew industry. For Africa and Nigeria in particular, two things must happen to fully unlock the economic potential of cashew. First, we must expand local processing capacity in Africa so that more value, jobs, and revenue remain in producing country. This requires a formulating and implementing the right policy, strategic investment, and access to relay funding. Second, and importantly, we must increase local consumption of cashew. Today, Africa consumes less than 1% of global cashew. This is not right. A strong domestic and regional market is necessary for long-term stability and sustainability of the cashew industry. We must therefore promote local cashew consumption in Nigeria and the rest of Africa. This is why The theme for this year Nigeria Cashew Day, unlocking the full potential of the Nigeria cashew industry, is not only timely but fit for purpose. It speaks directly to the need for transformation across the cashew value chain, from policy, finance, production, processing, trade, and consumption. But to achieve the transformation and growth we desire as an industry in Nigeria and Africa, we need strong collaboration and partnership between the government and the private sector, between farmer and processor, between investor and processor, and between research and farmer. It is only when we work together that we can mobilize resource, knowledge, and investment needed to build a competitive and sustainable cashew industry. This gathering should be a call to action to be united and work together for sustainability growth. Ladies and gentlemen, before I end my address, I'm pleased to announce to you that the 2026 ACA Annual Conference and Expo will be held in Ghana from 20 to 25 September 2026. We look forward to welcoming you there as we continue to work together to shape the future of the cashew industry. On this note, I wish you the best of the cashew season. Thank you for your attention. Merci.
Merci.
All right, so let's appreciate him for that beautiful speech there and for also keeping to time. A round of applause for him. Moving on, we cannot move on without observing the presence of Mr. Suresh Kumar, the MD Ocean Agri Commodities. Welcome, sir. It's good to have you in our midst. We also recognize the presence of Dr. Babagana Musti on behalf of the Managing Director, Mr. Abubakar Bello from Nexim Bank. Welcome. It's good to have you, sir. Welcome. A round of applause for him, please. All right, so moving on, we'll invite to the podium for his address Alhaji Sharif Tunde Balogu, the President, Federation of Commodity Association of Nigeria, FACAN. Let's have you on the podium, sir, for your speech. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellencies, Executive State Governors here represented, Honorable Ministers represented, Captains of Industry, Chief Executive of Federal Government agencies, and Captains of Industry, Chairman of Commodity Associations, our great farmers in the cashew sector, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a great honor to address you today at the 4th edition of Nigeria's Cashew Day, a strategic national platform that reflects our collective commitment to the transformation of Nigeria's cashew industry. Cashew is no longer just an agricultural crop. It is a strategic global commodity and a rapidly expanding one that for the international market. Today, the global cashew market is valued at over $8 billion, with a projection indicating growth to over $12 to $15 billion within the next decade. It's driven by rising demand for healthy plant-based food, nut-based potential alternatives to functional foods, confectionery, dairy substitute, cosmetics, and pharmaceuticals. These are all derivatives of cashew. Today, Africa produces over 55% of the world's raw cashew supply, making the continent the largest producer of cashew nuts in the world. However, Africa processes less than 20% of this product. Nigeria produces an estimated 300,000 tons annually and exports almost about 80% of that. The imperative to process cashew nuts in Nigeria and in Africa to grow more volume of what we produce is an importance that cannot be overemphasized. It has the potential to create over 1 million jobs in Nigeria and over 6 million in Africa. So the time to take the bold step of ensuring that more processing in Nigeria is done and in Africa in general. But of course, like the President did mention, there are challenges to do with processing, energy, finance, infrastructure. These are challenges that are work in progress, and the government is committed to ensuring that these challenges are overcome. And for us in the agro sector, we also do our best to ensure that with partners, with financial institutions, investors, we take the bull by the horn and ensure that we produce and process the bulk of our agricultural products. And the way to go about this is joint collaboration, stakeholders coming together to address these issues like what is happening here today. With joint collaboration, we'll ensure that we reach the promised land, thereby generating employment, creating wealth, and ensuring that we get the foreign exchange that we rightly, deservedly need in Nigeria. The theme of today's event is strategic, unlocking the full potential of Nigeria's cashew nut industry through investment, innovation, and global trade. Investment must build industrial capacity. Innovations must build competitiveness. Global network, global trade must build market access, and that's very critical. For FACAN, the future of cashew is as an industrial export sector, a foreign exchange engine, and a national employment platform. We therefore call for strong public-private partnership, an industrial processing cluster, export financing frameworks, blended finance models, trade infrastructure investments, market certification systems, and AFCTA-driven regional trade integration. Let us move forward from exporting our raw material to exporting industrial value. Let us move from fragmented supply chains to structured commodity economics. Let us move from production dominance to value chain dominance. FACAN remains fully committed to working with all stakeholders to build a globally competitive, investment-ready, innovation-driven Nigerian cashew industry. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless FACAN. God bless National Cashew Association of Nigeria. And have a pleasant and good morning. Thank you.
Please a round of applause for him for that insightful address by the President, Federation of Commodity Association of Nigeria, FACAN, Alhaji Sheriff Tunde Balogun. He said, we pray Nigeria moves to the promised land. If you want Nigeria to get to the promised land, a round of applause for yourself. If you want this dear country, Nigeria, before the next 5 years to get to the promised land, so that even the people who have japa, the people who have run away, I know a lot of us seated here might even be praying silently, I wish I can just, get that money to just japa, there's no time to waste time. But if we do the right thing at the right time, by also looking into this great industry, the cashew industry, we will get to the promised land, and that jackpot mindset will definitely leave us. If you agree with me, say aye. If you agree with me, say aye. If you don't agree, say nay. All right, a round of applause for the ayes. Okay, moving on, we'll be inviting to the podium Mrs. Hajara Usman, the Director of Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. She is representing Dr. Jumoke Oduole, the Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. Gaily dressed, beautifully, walking to the podium. I would like to be like you when I grow up. Please, a round of applause for her once again. Her beautiful smile. You know, I love to see women. I love to see women at the top. All right, ma'am.
You sure you're not there?
I'm there already.
That's it. Good morning, distinguished invited guests and every other one present. I will not take much of the time because of what I see as my speech is long, but I'm going to kind of summarize it. Permit me to stand on already established protocol. This address is taken on behalf of the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment. It is indeed a privilege to stand before you today at the pivotal gathering to celebrate a crop of immense national importance, the cashew nut. As we mark the 4th annual Cashew Day 2026 with the theme, Unlocking the Full Potentials of the Nigerian cashew industry through investment, innovation, and global trade. We do not only celebrate the achievement of the past, but also recommit ourselves to the shared purpose of transforming this sector for the benefit of every Nigerian. Distinguished stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, Nigerian cashew industry is an economic powerhouse with a deep root in our agricultural history, spanning over 6 decades of cultivation and trade. Today, Nigeria ranks among the top producers of raw cashew nut worldwide, with annual production estimated below 450 to 500,000 metric tons as at 2024, up from historical lower figures and growing year on year. Cashew cultivation now spans to about 19 states with a cultivation area of approximately 3,225,000 hectares, reflecting the broad geographical footprint and potentials of this crop. Nigeria is strategically positioned with the immense potential capable of producing over 2,000 metric tons of cashew. Our farmers, processors, and exporters, who we are proud of, have driven remarkable growth in this sector, contributing to rural employment and trade expansion. Today, the cashew industry supports millions of farmers to traders and logistics power. It may interest us to know that export figures for the first half of 2025 indicate a strong upward trajectory, with cashew now ranking among the top non-oil export products, recording 398.1 million USD in export value, which is an increase of over 80% compared to the same period in 2024. These numbers confirm that global demand for Nigerian cashew product is strong and that our producers and exporters are competitive on the global stage. While strategic milestones have been achieved, there remain significant structural changes, most notably local processing capacity far below potentials. Although Nigeria can process between 25,000 to 35,000 tons of raw nuts annually, only about 1/3 of this capacity is currently utilized according to the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, which means less than 10% of the Nigerian cashew, less than 10% of the Nigerian cashew, raw cashew production is processed locally, which the rest exported raw for value addition abroad. This means that millions of potential jobs, value addition opportunities, and revenue remain untapped. Opportunities that our neighbor exploit by transforming raw nut into higher value product such as kernel, snacks, and derivatives goods, commanding a significantly higher international prices. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as bad as the above scenario portends, as a responsible and responsive government, we must not rush to take a decision that further made a bad situation worse. We will continue to involve, promote, and support policies that encourage development across the entire value chain. We will work with stakeholders to put in place a system that takes care of all value chain actors. The millions of small farmer holders whose livelihood depends on competitive market access, none discourage investment by contravening existing trade obligations, including commitment under the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. The government cannot introduce or enable market distortions, processes that encourage smuggling and informal trade. As industry leaders, always remind ourselves, processors are partners, not adversaries in this shared mission to build a robust industrial base. What the sector needs are targeted incentives, infrastructural support, affordable financing, innovation, and not punitive measures that shift risk back to the most vulnerable, especially the farmers. Ladies and gentlemen, we must remind ourselves that the steady surge in production witnessed over the year is driven by price. Any policies or intervention that will plunge the current cashew price will erode the gains already made. And as a country, we will not redress our focus to increase production by harnessing the country's potentials in the sector, leading global cashew supply, both nut and value-added product for enhanced benefit. To unlock the full potentials of the cashew industry and to ensure that our policies yield sustainable impact, we must pursue a comprehensive and coordinated approach that includes scaling up local processing capacity, that encourage expand processing infrastructure through public-private partnership, incentivization of investors, and facilitation of access to land, energy, and technology. Improving access to finance to lessen the burden placed on processors by high cost of capital. We will work with financial institutions and intervention funds such as the Bank of Industry, the Nigerian Agricultural Development Fund, to deepen affordable financing for processors. We will make efforts to enhance quality and standards to compete on the global stage, strengthening value chains and standards for targeted training, extension services, and market access. I'm pleased to reaffirm that the government of Nigeria remains steadfast in its commitment to cashew sector. Initiatives are on the way, include and not limited to the incentives and tariff, to tax incentive and tariff reviews for cashew processing facility, support for industry organizations and value chain stakeholders, collaboration with development partners to enhance technology and capacity, policy review aimed at stimulating investment, enhancing export competitiveness, and aligning with continental trade frameworks. These interventions represent a strategic investment that supports job creation, revenue generation, and the attainment of food security. They are also tools for transforming raw agricultural potentials into structured industrial growth. Let me conclude by reminding us that the story of Nigerian cashew industry is one of the resilience, opportunity, and shared purpose. We have planted the seeds of progress. Now we must nurture them through bold action, partnership, and innovation. Let us harness the fourth annual Cashew Day as a platform to reaffirm our resolve to increase production, grow processing capacity, protect the interests of our farmers, empower our processors, and realize the full economic potential of this important sector. Thank you all for your kind attention.
All right, please a round of applause for her, even though she exceeded, after promising, she exceeded a little time. All right, thank you so much, ma'am, for that speech. If you believe that you'd be Pat, or you would be a millionaire, a billionaire coming out from the exploration of the cashew industry, can you give yourself a round of applause? Can you give yourself a round of applause if you believe, they say when you believe something and you speak it out of your heart, out of the abundance of your heart, it manifests. So if you believe that in years to come, you become a millionaire and a billionaire coming out from the industry of cashew, give yourself a round of applause. All right. Okay, so quickly, we'll bring up to the podium for his address the Executive Director, CEO, CRIN, Dr. Abiodun Rashid Adedeji from the Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria. Welcome, sir. It's good to have you. All right, direct him. It's good to have you, sir. You're welcome.
The Vice President in absentia are ably represented. All the ministers here represented. All the directors from ministry early represented. Chief Executive from all federal parastatals. Our President, Cashew Association of Nigeria, Dr. Ajanaku tí mi gbó kìjikìji. All other members of his executive, the executive of the association, all other distinguished ladies and gentlemen here present, ladies and gentlemen, men of press, I'm highly honored to be in your midst this morning, representing my great institute, Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria, and appreciating the recognition given to that institute based on our track record. Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria became autonomous in 1964 from West Africa Cocoa Research Institute. And since then, the federal government has been shadowing us with responsibility. Today we have six commodity crops: cocoa, cashew, cola, coffee, tea, and cola we have, then recently we have black plum. So cashew is one of important crop to grain. And because of this, we have nothing less than 32 PhD holders that are working on cashew. developing it from tiny cell. These are the responsibility of breeders. Establishing it well on the field, the responsibility of agronomists. Protecting it on the field, responsibility of pathologists and entomologists. Adding value to cashew, responsibility of a value addition research unit. Today we have nothing less than 15 products and byproducts developed by Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria on cashew, which are waiting for entrepreneurs to take up and expand the production to increase impact of cashew on Nigeria economy. We also have economists that are developing policies, advising stakeholders on how to do cashew and be profitable. Then we have extensionists. I'm only mentioning this so that you know how Crane value cashew and how we have been working assiduously in making cashew one of the backbone of Nigeria economy. So all this team of more than 32 PhD holders are led by an assistant director, Dr. Dele Adeniyi. So here this morning, I want to hand over this presentation to one of my assistant director, Dr. Dele Adeniyi, who has been working on cashew for more than 23 years in Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria. Thank you for honoring me. Thank you for the recognition. If time permits, we are still going to interact at the preliminary section. Thank you. God bless you. Dr. Dele Adeniyi, please come with the PowerPoint presentation. And I don't know how many minutes it took to us.
Okay, although,
Extensive presentation.
okay, after lunch. We'll have that after lunch.
Okay.
Yes, we'll have that after lunch. Let's just quickly have the addresses, and then we'll have that after lunch. All right, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
And God bless you too, sir. Okay, moving on, we'll be having on the podium, we invite the head of partnership, Mrs. Wenyimi Eribon, who is representing the managing director of the Bank of Agriculture, BOA, Mr. Ayo Shotinri. We invite Mrs. Wenyimi Eribon on stage. Good morning, ma'am, and welcome once again.
Good morning. I bring you greetings from the MD of Bank of Agriculture, Mr. Ayo Shotinri, who unfortunately cannot be here because he's at the World Economic Forum on national assignment. I'll be reading his speech. My name is Wenyimi Eribo, and I head partnerships at the Bank of Agriculture. Your Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, here represented, Dr. Ojo Joseph Ajanaku, National President of the National Cashew Association of Nigeria, distinguished representatives of the African Cashew Alliance, honorable ministers and special advisors here present, development partners, members of the diplomatic community, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to stand on existing protocol. It is with great pleasure that I stand here today to give the welcome address at the 4th Annual Nigeria Cashew Day and Cashew Stakeholder Summit 2026. On behalf of the board, management, and entire staff of the Bank of Agriculture, I extend our warmest appreciation to the National Cashew Association of Nigeria and the African Cashew Alliance for convening this critical national platform and for the honor of addressing this distinguished gathering. The theme of this year's summit, Unlocking the Full Potential of Nigeria's Cashew Industry through Investment, Innovation, and Global Trade, could not be more timely. It speaks directly to the heart of our national aspiration to transform agriculture from a subsistence activity into a dynamic engine of wealth creation, export diversification, and inclusive economic growth. Nigeria stands at a defining crossroads. For too long, our economy has been vulnerable to the volatile fortunes of crude oil. Today, we must chart a new course, one rooted in enduring value of our soil, the resilience of our farmers, and the strategic potential of high-value tree crops such as cashew. Nigeria is blessed with ideal agroclimatic conditions across multiple states, a growing base of smallholder farmers, and increasing recognition in global markets. Yet, we remain far below our capacity in production volume, value addition, and export earnings. As a direct response, the federal government, through the Bank of Agriculture, has graciously approved the launch of the 1 million hectare tree crop program, a presidential initiative designed to fundamentally reposition Nigeria as Africa's leading producer and exporter of high-value tree crops. Under this transformative program, we are targeting the cultivation of 1 million hectares of economic tree crops, including cashew, with the goal of catalyzing agricultural transformation, export diversification, and climate resilience. The cashew opportunity is clear, from raw nuts to global value chains. Ladies and gentlemen, cashew is more than a crop. It is a comprehensive value chain waiting to be fully activated. From the nuts to the kernel, from the cashew apple to juice and wine, from the shell to industrial resins, every component of the cashew tree holds economic value. Yet today, Nigeria exports over 90% of our cashew in raw form, surrendering value addition, job creation, and premium pricing to processors in Vietnam, India, and Brazil. This must change. Investment in domestic processing capacity is not optional, it is essential. We are therefore calling on investors, both domestic and international, to seize this moment, establish processing plants, build aggregation hubs, develop export logistics infrastructure, partner with our farmers through outgrower schemes. The federal government, through the Bank of Agriculture and relevant agencies, is ready to provide the enabling environment, the financing, and the policy support required for your success. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the transformation of Nigeria's cashew industry requires collective action. Government cannot do it alone. The private sector cannot do it alone. Farmers themselves cannot do it alone. But together, with aligned vision, coordinated efforts, and shared commitment, we can achieve what currently seems ambitious and make it inevitable. As we gather under the theme of unlocking the full potential of Nigeria's cashew industry, let us remember that potential is not destiny. Potential must be pursued, invested in, and actualized through deliberate action. I'm confident that the deliberations over the day will yield actionable strategies, firm commitments, and new partnerships that will propel Nigeria's cashew sector to unprecedented heights. If you would like to find out more about how you can work with the Bank of Industry to grow this, Bank of Agriculture to grow this sector, we have a beautiful booth outside, so I'm sure that you can find some time to speak to our team members who are there to give you information that you would need. Thank you, and may this summit be productive, transformative, and the beginning of a new chapter in Nigeria's agricultural renaissance. Good morning.
All right, please a round of applause for her. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that well representation. Okay, we now call on Mr. Mac Fred Ileogben, the Director of Product Development, NEPC, representing Mr. Noye Ayeni. Please, a round of applause for him as he comes up to the podium. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, please, I'll crave your indulgence because of time. Let's keep the time apt. 5 minutes, not more than 5 minutes, so we can move swiftly because we still have a whole lot on the list, and everyone should and must have their time. Welcome, sir. It's good to have you.
The Vice President of Nigeria, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, ably represented, the National President, National Cashew Association of Nigeria, Dr. Prince George Anaku, the representative of the African Cashew Alliance, ACA, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen of the press, please permit me to align myself with the already established protocol. I'm here to represent the Chief Executive Officer of Nigerian Export Promotion Council, Noye Ayeni, who actually would have been here personally, but for exigency of duties, she wasn't able to come, but she has sent her goodwill message before this gathering. I read her goodwill message. I'm highly delighted to be part of this great event, the 4th annual Nigeria Cashew Day and Cashew Stakeholders Summit. The importance of cashew to Nigeria, to Nigeria's non-oil export is significant in the global cashew market. It's experiencing a strong transformation driven by rising consumer demand. Major growth drivers being the nutritional benefits and its versatility. In 2024, cashew nuts ranked 4th among 243 distinct products exported from Nigeria. In the first half of 2025, it surged to a value of $398.135 million US dollars, compared to $219.78 million US dollars in the first half of 2024. In 2025, as the outgoing year, cashew nuts became Nigeria's number 3 leading export product, underscoring its critical role in the nation's non-oil export landscape. Nigeria remains one of the top producers of cashew in Africa. The country also ranks high in the global cashew industry. However, the sector has battled a number of challenges. The Nigerian Export Promotion Council is the federal government's apex institution with the mandate to spearhead the diversification of Nigeria's economy by promoting and developing non-oil exports. The Council has over the years performed its mandate by coordinating and harmonizing export development and promotion activities in the country, taking lead in all national export programs and interfacing with international trade agencies on cooperation and capacity building. It has continually facilitated the growth of the cashew sector through strengthening value addition, capacity building, and improving market access to position Nigeria as a leading global supplier of cashew products. It might interest this House to know that 2 days ago, we presented the performance of non-oil exports to the press, to the whole world, and I'm glad to let you know that this sector has performed very well. Can we please appreciate this sector? From official sources of trade statistics, we have the volume of cashew exported in the year 2025 in the range of 384,814 metric tons. Please, you can applaud that. Go ahead. And the value for the year 2025 is a staggering $446,927,778.63. So we have some of these our programs, initiatives that have actually been, working along with the sector. Some of these activities in the sector we have participated in, or rather have engineered in council. Launching of the Cashew Processors Directory. We've also involved in international trade shows where we have actors, take them to the global market to showcase their wares. The council periodically gives exporters the opportunity to participate in international trade fairs, solo exhibitions, amongst others. Strategic collaboration with international partners like the ACA, GIZ, and all other development partners. We've been collaborating with them to see how to promote this sector. And then also to address the issue of exporting raw nuts. We're talking of value addition now. The NEPC encourages value addition through local processing. We have CFC, Common Facility Centers, some strategic cashew hubs, sorry. This mobilizes plans. We have been mobilizing plans to establish more processing factories, as a CFC, and promoting the utilization of byproducts like cashew apple for other uses. The council facilitates access to high-yielding, disease-resistant cashew seedlings and other agricultural inputs for farmers to boost overall production. Some of the intervention programs that we run, cashew, the sector has actually benefited. We're still going to do more by God's grace. These initiatives form a comprehensive strategy to transform the cashew sector into a consistent and significant source of non-oil export revenue for Nigeria's economy. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, given the immense potential of the sector to scale up production and strengthen value addition, to boost the foreign exchange earning capacity of the product, that's cashew, Nigerian Export Promotion Council will continue to engage actors and stakeholders across the entire cashew value chain to fully exploit the potential. Thank you for listening, and I wish you all a fruitful deliberation.
All right, thank you very much, sir, for having you and for that powerful speech. Okay, moving on, we now invite on the podium Dr. Babagana Musti. He is, on behalf of the Managing Director, Mr. Abubakar Bello from Nexim Bank. Please, a round of applause for him. A round of applause, thank you. I think with time, we might have to shorten the length of time to 3 minutes because we want to be able to take every other person. So 3 minutes, please, sir. I crave your indulgence to give us 3 minutes of your very good time. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. On behalf of the Managing Director, Chief Executive of Nexim Bank, Mr. Abba Bello, I bring greetings from the management and staff of Nexim Bank. I wish to stand on the existing protocol. She caught my time by 2 minutes already. So I'll leverage on that to use the time. I want to first of all commend the effort of the leadership of NCAN for organizing this forum, which brings together all the stakeholders in the cashew industry to discuss issues and come up with solutions. I think this is a very important platform for us all to meet and interact and know the issues, know the problems, hear them from you directly, not just maybe initiating things at the other end. So I commend, and we do that mainly by providing finances, advisory services, among others. And at Nexim Bank, we recognize that issue of value addition. I like the fact that almost all the speakers have underlined that issue of value addition as one of the most important aspects that we need to achieve in the industry and in the country at large. We at Nexim, we recognize that, and we long ago even come up with so many products that encourage that. We have a product initiative we call Produce, Add Value, and Export, which we call FAVE. So in processing applications from applicants, always we give priority to value addition. We do that sincerely. So I think that's the best way to go about. If we see the countries that excel in the sector like Vietnam, they don't even produce a lot, but they are the main exporters in the world. And they achieve that by just value addition. And I think we need to copy from such countries and develop our own as well. Thank you very much. I wish all of us a successful deliberation. Thank you.
All right, please give him a special round of applause for keeping to time. Please, a special round of applause for him. I always like it, for people who don't have that African mentality of doing African time. So once again, a round of applause for him. We want to recognize the presence of the Commissioner of Agric, Ministry of Agric, Niger State. We also want to recognize the presence of Honorable Samson Bugama, Commissioner of Agric and Rural Development, Plateau State. Please, a round of applause for them. All right, sincere apologies for the few dead air. We're trying to make everything go on smoothly. So up next, we're calling on High Chief Barrister Emeka Nwala, Chief of Staff to Senator Orji Uzo Kalu, also the President, African Parliamentary AIDS Association. Please, a round of applause for him. He will be representing His Excellency Senator Orji Uzo Kalu, the Chairman, Senate Committee on the Southeast Development Commission and former Governor of Abia State. Once again, a round of applause for him.
Good day, everybody here present. Let me, because of time, stand on the existing protocol. I'm here to deliver a keynote address by Senator Dr. Orji Uzo Kalu, Chairman, Senate Committee on Southeast Development Commission, at this 4th Nigerian Cashew Day 2026 rather, on the theme, Unlocking the Full Potentials of Nigeria's Cashew Industry Through Investment, Innovation, and Global Trade. I'm honored to be invited as guest speaker at the 4th Nigerian Cashew Day 2026. I commend the organizers for sustaining this important platform that brings together policymakers, investors, processors, farmers, and global trade actors around one shared objective: building a strong, competitive Nigeria cashew industry. The theme of this event is timely: unlocking the full potential of Nigeria's cashew industry through investment, innovation, and global trade. Speaks directly to where Nigeria must go as a nation, diversifying our economy, deepening value addition, and expanding non-oil exports. Nigeria is already a major producer of raw cashew nuts, yet the bulk of the value is still created outside our shores. This gap between production and processing represents one of the clearest investment opportunities in Nigeria's agricultural space today. Cashew is not just a crop, it is a full value chain: farming, processing, packaging, logistics, exports, and byproducts. Each stage offers scalable business opportunities with strong local and international demand. Investment is the real trigger for transformation Nigeria needs: more processing plants, modern storage facilities, export-ready packaging, and integrated logistics system. My involvement in the cashew sector through Ibere Food and Beverage Limited was driven by a simple conviction: Nigeria must process what it produces. As the biggest cashew investor in Nigeria, our experience has shown that local processing significantly improves margins, creates jobs, stabilizes farmers' income, and positions Nigerian products for global markets. Mr. President, you can know today that distinguished Senator Orji Uzo Kalu is the biggest investor in this sector today. For investors, cashew processing offers access to abundant raw materials, competitive labor advantages, growing domestic consumption, strong export demand across Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. With the right scale and standards, cashew is a profitable and sustainable investment today. Nigeria can emulate other countries that have significantly grown their economies through the cashew industry. Such countries include, but not limited to, Vietnam, Cote d'Ivoire, India, and Guinea-Bissau. Innovation must guide growth, from improved seedlings and mechanized processing to quality control and product diversification.
technology will determine competitiveness. Beyond kernels, Nigeria can lead a cashew-based products, snacks, beverages, butter, and industrial byproducts. These innovations expand revenue streams and reduce waste across the value chain. The global cashew market rewards quality, consistency, and traceability. Nigeria must therefore align production and processing with international standards and certification. Government must continue to support exports through policy stability, trade, facilitation, and infrastructural development, while the private sector must uphold the quality and reliability. Nigeria has the capacity to move from being a raw supplier to becoming a recognized global brand in cashew products. As lawmakers, we remain committed to policies that encourage agro-processing, ease access to finance, and protect investments. But government alone cannot do it. The future of the cashew industry depends on strong partnership between investors, processors, farmers, and development partners. In conclusion, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria's cashew industry is no longer a future opportunity. It is a present business case. The resources are available, the market is ready, and the returns are real. What is required now is decisive investment, innovation, and collaboration. I encourage investors, local and international, to look closely at Nigeria's cashew value chain. Those who invest today will shape the industry tomorrow. I thank the organizers of the Nigerian Cashew Day and reaffirm my continued support for initiatives that grow Nigeria's agri-business sector. Thank you for your attention. God bless you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you, Mr. President and the guests.
All right, thank you very much, sir. A round of applause for him, too. The resources are available. The market is open. All we need is innovation, collaboration, and exploration of the cashew industry. We now call on to the podium for his short address. I know we might be getting weary at this moment, but don't be weary, because we'll be having entertainment segment shortly. But we'll be calling on Mr. Matthew Ahmed, representing Honorable Commissioner of Agric, Ministry of Agric, Niger State. Please, Mr. Matthew Ahmed, onto the podium. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him as he comes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are happy to be here all the way from Niger State. Niger State, on behalf of the former governor, the only state that has a governor that is a farmer. Niger State has the largest landmass in Nigeria. And of course, I want to believe that this summit, we have the investors that are also here with us this afternoon. I just want to say a little words about Niger State. We have the landmass. And so we would like as many who would like to establish plantation for cashew production to please come to Niger State to come and invest. I'm sure some of you will be saying, oh, there is insecurity challenges in Niger State. No, it's not true. What the media is reporting is not the true picture of what is happening in Niger State. We only have the issues around the borders of Kaduna State, Zamfara State, because Niger State shared boundaries with these states, Kaduna State, Zamfara State, Kebbi State, and also we share boundary with Nigeria Republic and Benin Republic. These are the local governments that are sharing those boundaries. That is why we have those insecurity challenges. So you can come to Nigeria to do the investment. And again, I just like to say that we are here today so that we can interact together, so that we can also move this sector forward. In Niger State, the annual production of cashew is about 3 million metric ton per annum. And we have about 18 local governments where cashew production is taking place. So I'm happy to be here to sit to listen to unlocking the potentials of the cashew production in Nigeria at large. And I'm sure during the plenary sections we may be contributing to some of the issues that are here. I'm happy the Exim Bank are here. I would like to hear from them if they have some money for us, you know, to take to Niger State so that we can go and invest in cashew production. I'm also happy the Bank of Agric are here to let us know what they have in their coffer for us to go into a massive production, because when the president was talking here, that gives me a lot of concern. Few years ago, Nigeria was the leading cashew production in the whole world, but now we have dropped to number 6th. So I think we need to do something quickly about that with the massive land that we have. Our weather is favorable for the production of cashew. On this note, on behalf of the Honorable Commissioner and the other stakeholders, we also came with some few farmers. They are in the room to make their own contribution during the plenary sections and during the other interaction sections. I want to wish all of us a successful deliberation. Thank you and God bless. Yeah.
Thank you and God bless you too. A round of applause for him. Like I said, we'll be having the cultural group come for their performance shortly. But before then, let's invite to the podium the Director Agro-Intelligence, DSS, Mr. Iliasu Sani, to the podium for his speech. A round of applause for him. Please, that applause, that clap actually motivates the person. Please, when I say a round of applause, give us a round of applause. All right, thank you so much. All right, because of some exigencies, we will not be having him up here. So we'll be moving on because of time. So we'll be recognizing the presence of Dr. Jerry Uwangu, Commissioner, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Edo State. Please, a round of applause for him. We also want to recognize the presence of Dr. Ibrahim Doba, the CEO and founder, 200 million, not 100, but 200 million trees. and we are super excited to have him. Dr. Doba is the CEO of Doba Grow and has facilitated the disbursement of billions of naira in agricultural intervention funding, and it's good to have him today in this big event. A round of applause for him once again. All right, so like I said, we'll be having the cultural display. We now call on the cultural dancers to come and give us their electrifying performance. Please, a round of applause for them as they come on. Please, technical team, before they come on, you can give us, just serenade us with some music. The technical team, we don't want dead air. All right, they're already here. wow. Hello, hello, hello. Wow, what an electrifying performance there. Nigerians, I know this is about the best part or one of the best parts of the event because Nigerians, we love to have fun, and that's why we always incorporate such things, our cultural performances. Okay, the mic is working better now, so you can hear me clearly. Okay, please, a round of applause for the cultural performance. A round of applause for them. That was an electrifying performance, one that could bring up the national president to stand up from his seat and start dancing. So you should know that that was really amazing. A round of applause for them once again. Okay, so coming up next, the technical team can just serenade us with some music, while we arrange for the next thing to come on. But shortly, we'll be going on lunch break, shortly, so just relax your nerves. Relax your nerves. I know we've had a very, very eventful day. So relax your nerves. In a few minutes, we'll be going on lunch break, but we still have one or two things we should take on the program before we go on lunch break. So please, the technical team, serenade us with some beautiful music. Thank you very much. A round of applause for me, the MC. A round of applause for me. Yes, classical music. Classical music. Music is food for your soul. All right, moving on, we'll call on the podium Dr. Ibrahim Doba, the CEO and founder, 200 Million Trees, to come and give us a brief of his experience with cashew sizzling development, particularly while working with the Vice President of Nigeria. A round of applause for him, please. And right after that, we'll be having, like I said, lunch. But before lunch, we'll go out, to see the exhibition grounds. We just look around all the exhibition stands and feed our eyes and, get to connect. It's good to have you on, sir.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to quickly share the good news and a little bit of a warning to all of us. Let me start with a story. Ethiopia has become the country that has planted the most trees, the highest number of trees in the world. India used to carry the award of the most trees planted in one day. They planted 50 million trees in 24 hours. Then Ethiopia said we are going to do better. So in 2019, they planted 350 million trees in one day. They said we are going to do better. So the next year they planted more. The next year they planted more until last year when I was there with the Vice President of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima. And in 12 hours, not 24 hours, they planted 714 million trees in one day. I participated, I saw the trees I planted. So during one of the conversations with the Vice President asked them about cashew. He said, how many cashew trees have you planted? They say, cashew. What is cashew? Together, in the last 6 years, they planted 40 billion trees. Billion with a B. But they didn't know about cashew. You don't know about cashew, so they quickly Googled. And they saw pictures of cashew. And the Vice President said, we are going to bring you cashew to encourage your efforts in tree planting. And last year we gave them enough cashew to plant 600 hectares through the office of the Vice President. Please put your hands together for the Vice President. You always want to copy good things, right? So the Vice President said, when we come back to Nigeria this year, 2026, we are going to plant 500 million trees. So we are working with the Cashew Association to implement that. And that is my worry. And that is why I said I have a warning. If we don't unite and work together, you see, we introduced Ethiopia to cashew trees only last year. We should not stay here and say Ethiopia has overtaken Nigeria in cashew production. We should not allow that. Because even last week I think, the Ethiopian ambassador to Nigeria reminded me about their request. Because after going there to teach them to plant and planting together with them, they said they wanted more seeds through the office of the Vice President. And Nigeria, of course, who are a big brother, we are going to grant it. And they will continue to ask until they develop their sector because they are serious. So we should also be serious. And that's the warning. And the good news is, of course, we are planting 500 million seeds. And we can do that. We can give to our farmers and they do alley cropping or alley cropping where they plant trees, and in between the 3 rows, they plant their crops, right? So that we shouldn't dedicate the entire land into cashew production. If we do that, then we are going to go hungry, right? But our farmers can plant their trees and they can plant their crops. And if we do that, if we plant 500 million cashew trees in Nigeria, we do that this year, inshallah, in the next 3 or 4 years, Nigeria should be leading the world, or at least Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause for him. Moving up quickly, up next, we will be having the official flag off of the 2026 Nigeria Cashew season. And we humbly call on Mr. Sharif Balogun, President for CAN. And he will be joined on the podium by the National President, Mr. Ojo Joseph Ajanaku. We also have Mr. Ibrahim Samfo, the President, African Cashew Alliance, ACA. Come and join him on the podium. We also have Mrs. Wenyimi Eribo from BOA. We also have Mr. Fred Iluegbe from NEPC. And we'll also have the Chairman, BOTS NCAN, Mr. Ilezundu Stevenson. And also we'll have Mrs. Hajara Usman from FMITI. Come and join Mr. Sharif Balogun, the President of ACAN, for the official flag-off of the 2026 National Cashew season. Please, a round of applause as they come to the podium. A round of applause for them, please. Right after this, we'll be having the exhibition round. And after that, we'll be going on lunch break. Please, a round of applause. A round of applause, like I said, a round of applause when you clap for yourself is a form of exercise and also a motivation for others. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Because of the microphone. They should have moved this to this, except if they can move this. But can they move the...
All right, we also want to call to the podium the Plateau State. If just a minute, please. All right, we also want to call to the podium to join in the commissioners for Plateau, Edo, and Niger State, respectively. Please, if your representatives are here, or if you are here, please kindly join the podium for the exercise. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for them as they come forward. A round of applause for them as they come forward. All right, we also call on Mr. Abraham Adeshide to be a part of this activity. Okay, he's the Secretary, Board of Trustees, INCAN.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to do a short dedication to the flag off and commencement of the 2026-27 cashew season. And as you can see, I'm joined by distinguished personalities up on stage with me here. So I'll make this dedication, and then we'll declare it open. In the name of God, the beneficent, the merciful. Today, we stand together
under the same sun that has kissed our cashew trees for centuries, and we declare with one voice the 2026 cashew season. Today, we stand together under the same sun that has kissed our cashew trees for centuries, and we declare with one voice the 2026 cashew season. The season is open. This is no ordinary beginning. This is a clarion call. And when the quiet strength of ordinary hands writes on extraordinary story of our nation, look at the cashew tree, root dipped in challenging soil, and scorched egg, harvested by relentless sun and battered by the dry winds. And yet it rises on bold. It went through long silent moon, trusting in the promise of rain and time. And when the moment arrived, it burst forth with fruits that feeds dreams as much as it feeds families. That tree is you. You are the living embodiment of resilience, of faith that refuses to surrender, of hope that outlaws drought. To every farmer here, and every exporter, every processor, every member, you rise before dawn, and not because you must, but because you believe. You bend your back under heavy loads, and not out of duty alone, but out of love for your children, your community, your nation, and your legacy. Every knot that you gather and every knot that you put together is a testimony of labor spent out of love for Orchard, for development of your society and your community. To our processors, traders, and exporters, and value chain champions, you are the alchemists who turn humble knots into treasures that bring forth wealth, creating the necessary wherewithal to keep our nation strong. We commend you for your resilience, and we pray that 2026 cashew season brings forth harvest that will be a blessing to our nation. On behalf of the National Cashew Association of Nigeria, on behalf of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the people, and all of us that come together to form our nation, I now declare the 2026 cashew nut season open. God bless us and God bless our harvest. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And a round of applause for them once again. God bless. God bless the 4th Nigeria Cashew Day 2026. God bless the National Cashew Association of Nigeria. God bless our guests, everyone present here. God bless the media also present here. God bless the MC. And of course, we will be moving to the next segment, which is the exhibition round. So please, ladies and gentlemen, I indulge you. You can move out gently for the exhibition, and right after that, we munch on our lunch. Thank you very much. A round of applause once again for ourselves. A round of applause for ourselves as we're going to eat. We are going to eat right now. We'll have a short break. Please quickly, because we want to resume back. We won't be taking more than 20 to 25 minutes. 20 to 25 minutes. plenary session, and then lunch break will come right away. Absolutely, we're going to have lunch break. Please, sincere apologies. Sincere apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, we'll be having the cultural team come back on stage to give us their electrifying performance. But before then, I crave your indulgence. If you're hearing my voice right now, you can start coming back inside. We need you inside here. Please, we need you inside. Sincere apologies.
rightfully in the mix.
Hello, hello. All right, please, everyone here, you can find your way out for lunch. The lunch is already ready and it's served. And apologies, like I said, while having lunch, we'll be having the cultural performance. They'll be giving us on another electrifying performance to ease our tension. All right, thank you very much. So see you outside.
Some respect when you mention my name. DJ Cypher Lee in the mix.
Yes. So anyone out there, even if you're still eating, please wrap up immediately so you come back into the hall. We're having the next session immediately so we can wrap up shortly. Thank you. All right, a round of applause for them once again. Thank you so much to the cultural team. You've made our day worthwhile with all your beautiful and electrifying performances. So we say a round of applause for them once again. So now that we have refilled our bellies, I know we are now, as energetic as ever. And of course, we'll be moving on to the next segment. We'll be having Dr. Dele Adeniyi from CRIN come to give us his presentation. Please, a round of applause for him. Welcome to the podium, sir. All right, so please, for his presentation, can we have the media team help project? All right, okay. It's all set, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the second session of the day. I'm making this presentation on behalf of my Executive Director of the Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria, and he's going to give us a brief of the research activities that has been carried out in recent time as far as Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria is concerned, as part of our effort to develop the cashew value chain. Next. So this summarizes the details of the mandate of the Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria for our now 6th mandate crop. And we, by the effort of the management, have also been working with a number of development partners in the cashew value chain in Nigeria. Next. We have 6 substations. The headquarter office is in Ibadan. So we have a substation in Owena in Ondo State, predominantly for cocoa research and improvement. We have another in Abia State, that is in Ibeku, also for cocoa. We have in Uhumora in Edo State, also predominantly for cocoa, cola, and some coffee. The farthest is on the Mambila Plateau, where our research effort is predominantly on coffee and tea. And we have in Ajaso in Cross River State, also predominantly cocoa and some clones of coffee. And for Cashew Research Station is located in Ochaja in Kogi State. That's in the Dekina local government, the #1 cashew producing local government in Nigeria. Next. Part of our success that we have recorded in our research effort is in one of our collaboration with one of the development partners, whereby we went into selection of the elite cashew mother tree. What was the objective of this? We have always talked about bringing planting materials from outside Nigeria. Are we saying Nigeria does not have any cashew material that can compete with international quality? The answer is no. So this project was premised on that. And then we started with 8 states. Those are the project geography. And after our field trips and scrutinies, we ended up with 5 states to work with. That was the Benue, Edo, Kogi, Kwara, and Oyo State. And we visited 5,342 farms across the 5 states. And eventually, we pre-selected about 2,505 cashew materials outside, from the 2005, then the 600 plus passed what we call the criteria for the cashew mother tree. And those samples were collected. And of course, now the research effort cannot go on morphological or physical observation alone. We have to involve the use of molecular tools where the genetic DNA of those materials were fingerprinted. Next. So these are the 13 criteria we use before we could say a cashew material has passed the elite cashew mother tree. We look at the yield, the yield must not be less than double the age of that tree. So for example, if a tree is 12 years old, an annual production we expect 12 times 3 at least, kg. So that was one of the criteria. Then we chose to consider the nut weight of 7 to 12 grams, because for the purpose of the processors and other people in the value chain that make use of the raw cashew nut, these are the range of size that work best with their machine. So anything smaller than 7 gram nut weight, we rule them out. Anything bigger than 12 gram nut weight, we rule them out. Then we consider the nut shape. It has to be kidney shape and bold. Then we look at the percentage atom. Nothing less than 25% recovery of that material must be attained before we can say it can pass as an elite cashew mother tree. Anything less than 25% recovery, we throw them out. Then we look at ease of peel of tester. This happens to be a major challenge to the processors, because the level of effort and labor that goes into the peeling of the cashew kernel increase their cost of production. So we are looking at material that can ease of peel. Immediately you do, even with bare end, the tester can come off the kernel. So those are the material we selected. We also look at the ease of detachment of the nut. This is for the purpose of storage and warehousing. On the effect of post-harvest handling, where you have some remains of cashew apple attached to the nut, it increases the moisture of the nut, and thereby deterioration and a lot of microbial activity takes on that. So we look at cashew material that can easily detach from the apple, not detaching from the apple without any remains. So that's another criteria. We were also not looking for giant trees, because now people are talking about high density planting, and you can only achieve high density planting when you have dwarf or small material. So we were not looking at giant trees, we were looking at trees in the range of dwarf, semi-dwarf, and at most medium to save space. The canopy shape, of course, must be compact. What we mean by compact is, when you look at that cashew tree from a distance, you see the vegetative, everything full and fully grown. Unlike those ones that are scattered, that are characteristically produce less yield. So that's another quality we look. We were also keen on the duration of harvest. So we went for materials that have the shortest duration of harvest, from 45 to 90 days. That means these are trees that started pre-blooming, full blooming, produce nut initiation, and grow to full mature nut, everything in the range of 45 to 90 days. This saves us the stress or the problem of deterioration by the time the rain sets in during fruiting or flowering. So these were the material we look at. Then intensive branching, not extensive. When you see some cashew trees, you see them scattered everywhere. And when you see some, you see the intensiveness of the canopy or the branching pattern. So those are the materials we also went for. Then the gradual setting of the nut, it has to be cluster. What we mean by this is, we were not looking for cashew flowers or cashew trees whereby all the clusters and inflorescence flower at the same time, produce nut at the same time, produce fruit at the same time, and that is finished. We were looking for material with gradual progression of nut initiation and fruiting. So on that particular cashew tree, you can see some flowering, you can see some nut initiation, you can see some apple development, you can see some mature apple. So this gives us a progression of that cluster. And of course, I've mentioned about early flowering, material that flower between end of October, early November. And you agree with me that this one will also produce within the shortest possible time. And before the onset of rain in April, it has already completed its cycle. Then we look at adaptability to pest and disease. Next. Next slide. So having done all of that, we were able to pre-select from these communities. Another beauty of this task was that we were able to georeference every single tree that was selected as a cashew mother tree. And as we speak, we know their location. We have the contact of the farmer. For future research, we can always refer to them. Next. So eventually, out of the 5,000 farms visited, 634 trees pre-selected, we were able to come out with just 30 trees or 30 materials as elite cashew mother tree. These 30 passed all the 13 criteria. Any tree that passed 12 out of the 13 criteria was left out. So it has to be comprehensive, and that is why out of the over 5,000 plus, we were able to come out with 30. And apart from the 30 elite cashew mother trees, we were able to select another 24 material that we observed that they are of high yielding quality, which we can use for polyclonal seed garden. Until about a year or two, Nigeria could not boast of having a polyclonal seed garden or having a Zion garden. But good enough, with our collaboration with some of the development partners, we were able now to have the Zion garden, and these Zion garden are still materials from other countries like Ghana, Africa Coast, and Benin. And plan for our own Zion garden is on the way. Next. Yeah. These are the morphological traits that were considered from those material that we call elite cashew mother trees. We had a 2-year record of the mother tree. We considered the age of the tree, then the yield to age ratio. Initially, I said we were looking for materials that will produce not less than 3 times the age of that tree. But of interest is that we have even some material that produce up to 8 times the age of the tree, some 7 times the age of the tree, some 9 times the age of the tree. And then we look at the canopy spread. We don't want something too large that will take too much space. Initially, one of the speakers was talking about intercropping. I think the doctor that talked about 1 million trees was talking about intercropping, that now farmers don't need to. Wow. That farmers don't need to use all the land for cashew alone. So when we have this kind of material, they are not widespread. So in the range of 5, 6, 7 years, the farmer can still make use of the spaces in between before the canopy will cover. Next. After considering the morphological traits of the trees, we went ahead to characterize the quality of the nuts. Because eventually we are not going to eat the leaves of the tree, we are coming back to the nut. So we went to characterize the quality of the nut, and we saw that our range was 7 to 12. So we picked those that are in between, some doing marvelously well at 10, though we have some at 11 grams per nut weight. Then we'll also consider the kernel weight. Then of importance is the commercial criterion, the KOR. So we also consider the KOR. Some of these material even give us a KOR of 57 plus. And that is why we call them the best of the best material. Next. Yeah, another achievement we have was on the cashew earth map. I'll just summarize this. The idea of this is to have an idea of the pest compendium. That is, what is the rate and intensity of pests that affect cashew in Nigeria. So this was done in 4 states. Go ahead, next. So these are the intercepted pests, the insect pests, and diseases. While we do this study, we came across an insurgence of cashew powdery mildew disease, which have been rarely reported in Nigeria. And when we were doing this project, we were also comparing notes with our colleagues in Ghana, in Benin, in Togo, and in Africa Coast, and we have a similar problem of insurgents. What powdery mildew disease have done to in the Eastern Africa, Tanzania, Mozambique, Zimbabwe was deadly. So already we have a very hot coal on our palm as far as cashew powdery mildew is concerned. Next. So these are part of the insect we came across on the feed. Next. Next. Yeah. The stem borer, grasshopper, stem gaddler. Next. So these are the damages done to the leaf, the nut, and the apple. Next. These are diseases. The first one is the powdery mildew on leaf. The second one is powdery mildew on flower. Next is anthracnose on the apple. And the last is powdery mildew on the apple. Powdery mildew affects every part of cashew. That's why it's so deadly. Then bacteriosis on leaf and apple on leaf. Next, please. Yeah, so we also discovered that the planting density in cashew farm in Nigeria is alarming, where international communities recommend spacing of 10 meter by 10 meter to have 100 stand per hectare. We saw as high as 300 stand of cashew per hectare of land in Enugu State. And other states is so alarming that the density is so high. Unfortunately, those kind of farms are not kept. They are only left for harvesting time to come, and they get barely 25% of the harvest. Next. Yeah, this is the pest population survey that we have. Across the growing population, the cashew area in the border of Oyo and Kwara, that is around Okomaru, Igbeti axis, the pest population is so high. Going to that is in Kogi State, in Okabo, Ochaja, and Olamaburu, and Ochenwa, the pest population too are also high. And going down to Enugu, we have the very high pest population. Meanwhile, in the intern of Kwara and Kwara border, Niger State, the pest population is fair. This is giving us an idea of where problem will be in terms of cashew protection in Nigeria. Next. Then the powdery mildew is everywhere and on every state we have visited. Next. So other research activity we have done is establishing of model farms, then cashew Zion garden across Ochaja, Ibeku, Kaba, Ilero, Eha Alimana, Lafia, and Ajolo. And we have these clonal materials from Ghana, Africa Coast, and Benin. And we have done some technology transfer on rehabilitation techniques and income diversification through honey beekeeping and honey production. Next. Yes, I'm rounding up. This is one of the spot plan of the Zion Garden. Next. Next, another spot plan of another Zion Garden in Abia. Next. So, what is our sustainability plan going forward from here? We want to go back to trace those elite cashew mother tree, collect the Zion from them, then have a clonal multiplication. Now, I'm sorry to say this, but we need to come out of propagation using seed, because happenings in other clans of the world is propagation using vegetative materials. Apart from giving us a true to time, apart from giving us, short incubation period, it also gives us a true to type material. That is to say, what the quality and the quantity is on the parent material is what we are going to get when we do vegetative propagation. But when we do propagation by seed, we only know the mother of that seed, we don't know the father. So we can't really classify it. It is anything that comes, either it is brought by wind, or brought by birds, or brought by other insects, we cannot be sure. Then we want to establish clonal gardens of the selected cashew mother tree in Nigeria I don't want to call them local materials again. We call them local materials. But for somebody speaking from Benin, from Togo, from Ghana, they will call it international material because for them, it's international material. Yes, just one more minute. So we also do the G by E, and then we assess the quality, hybridization study, and our last bus stop is to develop cashew material of what we can call varieties of Nigerian origin. Next one. Yes, go ahead. These are the elite cashew materials that we have established on station. So going forward, we need to do on farm, then we do record taking, then before we register for varietal development. Go ahead. Let's go to value addition. This has been said, and all of that. Next. Yes, our strategy next. Go to the innovation. Innovation. This is our innovation we are proposing for cashew value chain. We want to have an AI-driven and molecular tool for breeding and pest management. We want to develop the material. We want to do research on biochar. This is a form of fertilizer, organic, and the carbon sequestration. We want to explore apiculture. We want to introduce carbon credit opportunity for farmers. And lastly, we want to motorize farm operations. Labor is expensive. Labor is scarce. We have a number of youth walking around doing nothing. Why not encourage them, train them, empower them as service provider in cashew value chain? Next. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You know, my heart skipped when he said next again. All right, so because of time, we're moving very, very quickly. Once again, apologies for the delay. You know, we had one or two hitches with the food there, but we're moving at the speed of time. So up next, we'll be calling on Ms. Catherine Floher from Bula, West Africa for her presentation. And I am begging, please keep to time. Let's keep to time. We'll be having 7 minutes for your presentation. Please, if you're ready, the media team, can you help us with the projection? All right, is Catherine here? Is Catherine here? Because, all right, let's move over to the next person for presentation. We call on Mr. Nathaniel Oduba from the Commodity Development Initiative, representing Mr. Roland Oro, Managing Director, Commodity Development Initiative. Oh, thank you so much, sir. I thank you for your swiftness. Please keep to time, and we appreciate that.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please permit me to stand on existing protocol because of time constraint. Well, I'm making this presentation on behalf of Mr. Roland Oro. He is the Managing Director, Commodities Development Initiative. When I took a look at the theme for this year, I think this is the best time to present the concept that I'm about to present. Please go back to the first slide, media team. Go back to the first slide. Please go back to the first slide. That's not the first slide. All right, the theme is very strategic. It is unlocking the full potential of Nigeria's cashew industry through very strategic approaches. First, investment. Second is innovation. And then third is global trade. Now, we would be speaking to the third arm, which is global trade. Please, can you go back to the first slide, if you can hear? Thank you very much. So now, one thing, I've spoken to so many processors over the years, and one thing is very clear: access to market. Not just market, but very lucrative market. And you would agree with me that one lucrative market that we have is the EU market. But how do we penetrate the EU market? That's really the big question here. So we have conceptualized this idea, and we're presenting it before the stakeholders who are here today. And it is called the Nigerian Cashew Corridor to the European Union market. That's the initiative, that's the concept we're presenting today. Next slide. Now, what is this all about? Now, this initiative actually aims at helping Nigeria to scale exports. Remember, what we said here is we need to enter the export market. So this idea is to scale the Nigerian export market. How? By exporting high-quality cashew kernels from Nigeria, specifically to the European market that is very lucrative. Then how do we go about this? It is through partnership. Again and again, people who came here, all the speakers here, reiterated this, that it is through strategic partnerships. Now, we are seeking for partnerships between state governments. I'm happy that some of them are represented here today. Also with the leadership of the National Cashew Association of Nigeria, NCAN, and private investment entities that are here today. What do we aim to do? Our aim is to improve primary production, to increase processing capacities, to meet the stringent EU standards, and then bypass some of the market entry or penetrations into the EU market. Now, this innovation, this strategy is quite innovative. Next slide. You believe with me that, please, next slide. This is unfortunately the wrong slide being presented, but that's fine. Okay, now we will do, how do we intend to enter the EU market? We are proposing what we call establishment of a direct export pathway for Nigerian cashew kernels into the EU market, utilizing what we call the Port of Gua Tyro as a very strategic transshipment hub to reduce, exporting to the EU to the margin of between 3 to 7 days. You understand the reality for all of you who export to the EU and other markets. You know that the realities at the Apapa, port is not something you really want to talk about. So we're making a proposition here, what we call the I don't know anybody who has heard about that port, the Giotairo port. I don't know if anybody has heard about that port. It's in southern Italy. Now, okay, you have. Thank you very much. Now, it's a very strategic. Recently, we were in Italy for a mission, and we had a conversation with the authorities over there, and this opportunity just opened. Now, why this port is very strategic is because it overlooks Africa from North Africa. It overlooks West Africa, I beg your pardon, from North Africa. Now, that port is a transmission port, a transshipment port. It connects over 70 ports that connect to other states or other ports in EU. I repeat again, over 70 ports. So the idea is to link the Lekki port directly to the Giotairo port. And you know that in Italy, there will be no further clearance because it's a trade zone, it's a free trade zone. There's no further clearance. So once your product gets to Giotairo, it is now distributed to other neighboring countries in the EU. Unfortunately, I don't think it's the right slide that is being presented. Can you go to the next slide? Let me see if it has given us a bit of, oh, beautiful, beautiful. This is it. All right, so why is this very strategic for Nigeria? Like I mentioned, it is a transmission hub to over 3 million, that handles over 3 million 20 tons annually and connects to over 70 global ports, like I mentioned, and is located in southern Italy. It serves as the primary redistribution port for cargo entering Europe from Africa, Asia, and the Americas. Can you go to the next slide quickly for the sake of time? Now, these are the strategic advantages. First, cargo arriving at this port can be redistributed to 100 European ports without Italian customs clearance. I said that already. This is very interesting. Now, it also reduces transit time to northern European markets. Again, like I mentioned, between 3 to 7 days compared to that direct routing that takes forever, if you know what I'm talking about. Also, remember the cost of demurrage. This is also very cost efficient. And then if you look at the geographic position, like I mentioned, it cuts voyage time from West Africa. It gives us direct access to Southern Europe's over 180 million consumers who are in Italy, who are in Spain, who are in France and Greece. And then it gives us gateway to Balkans and Eastern Mediterranean markets. Can you go back to the previous slide, please? Quickly. Quickly, the previous slide. Quickly. Media, please, can you quickly go back to the previous slide? Previous slide, go. Okay, the previous slide again. Thank you. All right, so having seen the advantages of some of this Tyro transshipment hub, what is our target? Our target is to successfully ship an initial 500 containers of processed kernels through this hub. That's one. Second, we want to also acquire 50,000 square meter warehouse within this free trade zone in southern Italy, to serve as Nigerian cargo consolidation center. And also, in terms of value addition, transition from exporting raw material or raw nuts to high quality kernels by enhancing local processing and capacity. Go to 2 slides ahead of you. 2 slides. Next. All right, so the idea now is to form a corridor, a production corridor that supplies this raw nut. Now, to get the corridor that supplies raw nut, first of all, what we need to do is to identify who are the primary producers of cashew nuts along these corridors. First, we have identified Kogi State. You agree with me that Kogi State is one of the largest producers of raw nuts in Nigeria. And then we also have key contributing states, Kwara State and Oyo. And then to engender regional balance, we're introducing Enugu State. Please, next slide, quickly. Quickly, please. We don't have time. All right, now this is the strategic framework and partnership ecosystem. This is a call actually to all the investors here, government representative and private sector, including development partners who are here. Now look at our strategic framework and partnership ecosystem. CDI in partnership with NCAN, this is a proposal, and other partners here, we would first of all identify 5 to 7 strategic partnerships within processors located within the region, within this corridor. Second, what would the processors do? They will do what we call backward integration and then compliance. I mean, there's no time to really speak deeply to these things, but we will be available for a deeper conversation after this. Now, what would NCAN be doing? NCAN would partner with us to partner with state governments. CDI and CDI Capital will provide structural and finance oversight. Then ABR and EU Nigeria Agribusiness Platform will then support, supporting technical implementation, because this is very important, the technical implementation side of it, and then business relations. Last slide, my time is up. No, sorry. The one that you missed, you passed. Thank you very much. So let me just speak to this and then I rest my case. Now, these are the action plans and recommendations. Now, if you are interested, please, you can contact me. Let's have we'll do a robust presentation. Mr. Roland himself will be available to make a very robust presentation, and then let's get stakeholders and the government to be part of this. First of all, what we need to do is to identify relevant stakeholders. After we do that, we now do a proposal to them, to these stakeholders. After the proposals, we then do engage with an EU investor, which we already have communications or network with currently. So we do EU investor engagement. We pitch to these investors and funding agencies to get capital for the processors and other stakeholders. And so really, time will fail me to really speak so much about this, but I would be happy to, take not your questions now, but let's meet further. You can get my contact later on. Let's make a full presentation to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. A round of applause for him, please. All right, before we go to the panel session, let's quickly bring up Catherine Fluha from Bula, West Africa. Please, a round of applause for her. Quickly, quickly. Thank you. All right, please help us keep to time.
Hi, everybody, and thank you so much for having us. I'm actually not here alone. My name's Catherine. I come from the company Bühler. I'm here together with my colleague Akin Bayo. I'm based in Switzerland, and Akin Bayo is based in Lagos, Nigeria now. I would hand over to you, Akin Bayo, and please show our slides. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Catherine. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to make this snappy. I would like to use this opportunity to take you through the Beulah watch. How many of you know the Beulah company? Okay, I'm seeing 1 hand, 2, 3. Okay, so basically I'm going to take you through the Beulah global footprint, the local presence, and also we're going to talk about various Beulah solutions as well. So I'm here with my colleague, Catherine. And to start with, Beulah is a multinational company. We have our headquarters in Switzerland. We are present in about 120 countries across the world. And we have about 36 manufacturing plants spread across the globe. So out of the SAS that we have, the Sales and Services Office, Nigeria is one of these service office that we have across the world. So basically in Nigeria, we have our head office in Lagos, and we have a branch office in Kano, where we have our Grain Processing Innovation Center built by Beulah. I'm happy to say here that Beulah is the first multinational company with a permanent structure in Nigeria. Unlike other OEMs, whereby they come and dump the equipment, then they turn the back on their various customers. Beulah is investing in the country. Beulah is investing in its people, and we've been around for a very long time, and we're not going to leave this country or this region anytime soon. Okay, I'm sure you must have come across 1 or 2 Beulah solutions, one way or the other. So if you don't know, just look at the screen. Right from the phone you are holding, I'm 100% sure all of us in this room, we have our mobile phone with us. If you are holding a mobile phone with you, then you have a Beulah solution with you. Then for the women in the room, you can see the lipstick. Not all of you use it, but I believe if you're one of those people that use this lipstick, then you are using Beulah solution. Then you see the various knots there. So mention it, be it cocoa beans, maize, sorghum, barley, name it. This is where we have our expertise. And this is one of the reasons why we built the Grain Processing Innovation Center in Kano. So whatever you want to venture into in any of these grain mentioned, if you want to check the complete portfolio, of course, you can visit our website. The various solutions we have the solution for cocoa processing solution, we have solution for coffee, we have solution for nuts, of course, which is one of the reasons why we are here today. We have solution for malting and beering, we have solution for human nutrition, animal feed, and the rest. So if you check the website, you will see all these solutions here. So here we are talking about the cashew nut. Yes, I'm going to yield the mic to my colleague who will take us through this presentation here. Catherine?
Thank you, Akin Bayo. So I'm representing our global nuts segment, meaning we have a lot of solution, especially focusing on the value-added processing side of any nut type and also sesame. It means that we can help you with anything that you're thinking of when you look at processing, bringing back the value-added processing into Nigeria and not leaving it to the other countries like Vietnam. So we have built these lines all around the globe, and we're here to help you establishing them as well in Nigeria. from intake to pasteurization so that you can export safely to the US and to Europe, to roasting, to nut grinding, to milk production, protein bar production out of your cashews. Anything of that we can help you with, and we have the solutions for it. Some end products, you see them here. Our lines globally produce several variations of butters, pastes. We put them into confectionery products. We have pieces, kernel production, as I said, milk production. So think about how and which value you want to bring back to Nigeria and speak to us, and we can help you about that. Most importantly is, though, that you have a safe product, that you will never have any product exported that is potentially infected by salmonella or anything else on the microbiological side. And for that, we have a solution that helps you pasteurize. It's the #1 solution out of the macadamia market. We've already sold it over 46 times in the globe. It's also recently been bought by players in Vietnam for cashew processing, and I will leave you with a video that shows that solution. Thank you so much, and please come visit our booth and speak to our colleagues. You see us in the t-shirts after the video. So on to the video, and thank you everybody.
All right, all the way from Bula, we want to say thank you to Ketri and Mr. Bayo. A round of applause for them, please.
Consumers want healthy, nutritious, but most importantly, safe food. Food safety is not optional. It's a zero-tolerance matter. Microbacteriologic contamination with pathogenic germs presents a high risk, especially in low-moisture products. And these pathogenic germs can survive for many years on dry surfaces. They will multiply as soon as the growth conditions are there, such as under moisture and temperature. And it is important to note that salmonella and other pathogenic germs may result in severe illness, even at very low dosage. The Buller Napa Roast Steady Safe solution is designed to reliably eliminate these risks while preserving nutritional structure, flavor, and product quality. The Status Safe is a continuous batch system with a compact and scalable line concept. The product stays inside the bin for the entire process. There are no moving machine parts touching the product, no risk of cross-contamination or allergens, no moisture pickup and no drying required. The system ensures gentle handling.
All right, the
fast
media
product
team, please can you
changeovers,
help us wrap
and
it up
consistent,
shortly?
repeatable
Because
results.
of time. We're moving up speedily with time. All right, a round of applause for yourselves, please. Okay, that clap is very weak, so I can see, and I know some people are sleeping. If you're awake, hi, say hi. If you're awake, say hi. If you're sleeping, say nay. Okay, some people are sleeping. We caught them there. All right, moving on. Thank you so much for your attention. So we'll be having awards presentation to their stakeholders and sponsors and partners of the Nigerian Association of the Cashew Association of Nigeria for all they are doing to move the industry forward. And we'll be calling on the podium the National Cashew Association of Nigeria, the national president, Mr. Ojo Joseph Ajanaku, to come on the podium to present the awards to our awardees. Please, a round of applause for him. A round of applause for him as he comes up to the podium. Okay, in no particular order, we'll be having Bula. Someone please from Bula, come take the award. A representative from Bula. Please, the award. We need the award. All right, so we call on the representative from Bula. We also have Seacoast Nigeria Limited. Also an awardee. We also have Nexim Bank. Anyone from Nexim Bank to get the award? All right. We also have Remag Gold and a host of others. But these are the few who are present here right now. Please come on the podium for your awards. A round of applause for the awardees once again for the great feat achieved in the cashew industry. Please, who is collecting on behalf of Nexim? Okay, he's already here. All right, next, quickly, from Rema Gold, a representative from Rema Gold. Please, a round of applause for them. A round of applause. Hit your hands hard. If you're not, your hands are not so busy, please. Please, anyone from Nexim Bank? Okay, they've collected. All right. Okay, thank you. It means someone from Seacoast Nigeria Limited. Anyone? Okay. All right, from Bula. On behalf of Bula. All right, all from Bula, West Africa. A round of applause for them, please. Okay, so we have a representative from Seacoast Nigeria Limited. Please, a round of applause for them also. And like I said, we have various other awardees. Unfortunately, they're not present here. Thank you to our national president. Please, a round of applause for him. Okay, moving on, we're going straight up to the plenary session with the theme, Unlocking the Full Potential of Nigeria's Cashew Industry through Investment, Innovation, and Global Trade. And we also, once again, call on our moderator, Mr. Nathaniel Odibe, Head of Partnerships, Grants and Events, Commodities Development Initiative. Welcome once again, sir, to the podium. And we also want to recognize the rapporteurs. In the building, we have Mr. Eneojo Herbert Idako, Managing Editor, Agri Business Media Limited. We also have Mr. Ikedi Bennett and Mr. Gabriel Atumeye as the rapporteurs. All right, sir.
All right. Thank you very much. Again, good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. This is a very, very important segment of today's event, and I would like us to, pay very rapt attention. The theme is so strategic and forward-looking. If you don't mind, can we echo the theme for this year's Cashew Day? If you don't mind, can we just echo that theme again? 1, 2, 3, go. Unlocking the full potential of Nigeria's cashew industry through investment, innovation, and global trade. You see, this is really forward-looking. Historically, we have convened like this to look at issues that bedevils the industry. This time around, we're not just looking at issues. We want to go away from looking at issues. But today, here and now, we want to look at how can we create solutions. It is outcome-driven, result-oriented conversations we are going to be having. And our conversation is themed just around the same theme for this year. Now, we have amongst us who will join our panel of discussion this afternoon to do justice to the discussion. It's my singular honor to call to the stage. I don't know if they are still here, but let me try and see. Mr. Ibrahim Sanfo, the President, African Cashew Alliance, ACA. Is he here around? Okay, looks like he's not here. Quickly, let's go to the next, the policy makers here. I would like to call on the representative of Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, represented by Ramanchika Kafia, the schedule officer for Cashew. I think he's here already. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as he comes up to the stage. These are policy makers. All right. I would also like to call on the stage to join this conversation Dr. Adedeji. He's the acting director, Cocoa Research Institute of Nigeria, CRIN. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I see we already have two of them coming up on stage. I mean, it's going to be an interesting conversation. We also have, representing the farmers' interest, we have Alhaji Sharif Tunde Balogun. He is the president, Federation of Commodity Association of Nigeria, FACAN. Please a resounding round of applause as he comes right up here. Great. We also have with us, joining us, Mr. Mark Fred. Mr. Mark Fred, he is the director, Product Development, Nigerian Export Promotion Council. I don't know if he's already here. Is he still here? Oh, we'll be missing out. I mean, very interesting conversations they would have also brought on board. Okay, without wasting time, let's also call on stage to join the conversation Dr. Ibrahim Doba. He's the CEO and founder 200 Million Trees. Is he here with us? Oh, is he here with us? Please, a round of applause as he comes up to the stage. Great. We also have another panelist, very seasoned, Mr. King Ako. He's the MD CEO of Machala Commodities Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause as he comes to join in the conversation. Please a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. I think the more you clap, the faster he's going to walk. Don't you think so? The more you clap, the faster he's going to walk. Thank you so much. All right, we also have Dr. Jerry. He is the Edo State Commissioner of Agriculture and Food Security. Is Dr. Jerry around? Dr. Jerry, okay. The last but not the least, I'm happy to call on the MD of Manglore Farms Limited, Engineer Okechukwu Okorafo. Is he here with us? Oh, beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as he comes right up here. I would like us to also recognize our repertoires who are here today. They'll be joining in the conversation. I mean, they'll be listening and taking notes for us and then bringing out or drafting out a communique for this. Like I mentioned, this is strictly what can we do that will make 2026 cashew season different. That's what we're going to be looking at. And it's not just theoretically speaking. We're not speaking theoretically, but we are going to be bringing out solutions to address and make 2026 cashew season very historic. Again. Mic check.
one thing is clear, that when you're putting out a policy, you do a complete mapping of the value chain and ensure that no segment of the value chain suffers from the policy. The thing is, do you often, confide, or you also meet with, check with Federal Ministry of Agriculture to see that whatever policies, either in the pipeline or existing policies, you ensure that these policies do not counteract. For example, if Ministry of Agriculture is bringing out a policy that improves production, now you on the trade side, you ensure that the policies you make does not inhibit the trading. That once we have improved production, but we need to market them both locally and internationally. You then find a way to harmonize your policies.
Yes, like I said, the government agency, for any policy to be made, you don't sit back alone and do a policy. So that is why it is difficult that today you go and you find a policy of production alone. It is a document that contains the activities around the entire value chain. Talk about production in it, and at the drafting level, all the stakeholders are together. They agree, so it's like you're talking to yourself while drafting the policy.
Okay, great.
Not just the regulators, but even the practitioners. That's why their views are taken into account for every drafting.
Okay, great. So I would just in your thoughts, because of time constraints, I have another question. Okay, because of time constraints, but put in mind, I would like to know any specific, not now, I will come back to you later, any specific policy that you think would help to, improve trade, and then of course, consolidate production. I'll come back to you later. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, Sampo is not here, the president of ACA. We're going to ask him a very interesting question to benchmark. You agree with me that Côte d'Ivoire is the regional leader as far as cashew is concerned. Now, if that is benchmarked with Nigeria, how are we doing well in terms of investment readiness? What are the things Côte d'Ivoire are doing that has made them to be at the forefront of cashew that Nigeria needs to emulate? This would have been an interesting conversation to ask Sampo, Mr. Ibrahim Sampo. Unfortunately, he's not here. So, because of time constraint, then I will transition quickly to another segment of this conversation. We actually have 5 thematic areas we're going to look at. And we're supposed to have 11 panelists, but unfortunately, time will not allow us to do all of that. So thank you, Mr. Papia, for laying that foundation. The next segment we'll look at is the engine room, which is the engine room, value addition, processing. These are the engine room. You know that Nigeria is one of the largest producers of raw cashew nuts in Africa. But unfortunately for us, we are not in the international market for kernels. One of the reasons because of low utilization of installed capacity. Of course, there are so many reasons why that is so, including market systems. Like I said, I would like this conversation today to, as you tell me your thoughts, hinge it around what we can do now, so that 2026 would be very fruitful for us. So I'll be asking already. I have the Chief Farmer 1 of Nigeria. I like to call him the Chief Farmer 1 of Nigeria. So central to this conversation, the question I would like to ask is very straightforward. How do we transition from low domestic processing to becoming a global competitive processing hub without undermining the livelihood of farmers in the process? That's what we're going to be looking at, without undermining the livelihood of farmers. I mean, all of you understand what I'm trying to say. There has been conversation where farmers are the ones that take the brunt of all of these things. So let me speak first to the Chief One Farmer. I beg your pardon. That's Alhaji Sherif Balogun. There's an intense national debate proposal. The proposal to either restrict or completely ban the export of raw cashew nuts in order to encourage local actors. Now, from the perspective of thousands of farmers that you represent, who are the true engine of this sector, how can government pursue value addition, locally, without really stepping on farmers? Let me rephrase again. What specific safeguards must be in place to protect farmers' income during this transition?
Thank you very much. You've touched on, on a topic that's quite sensitive. And from the presentation that was made earlier on some of the speeches, everybody's talking about value addition. And what is value addition is simply processing and, cut back on export of raw material. And basically, of course, we export processed goods, we tend to get more value, we create more jobs. So, but in doing so, you have to look at the complete value chain. First, if you don't produce anything, then there's nothing to process, there's nothing to export. So primarily, what are the incentives, what are the conditions or environment that you create for production to thrive? What are you doing to help those who produce, the farmers? What are you doing to make their life better? What services or infrastructure are you putting in place so that they can be able to produce? That's on one side. Now, secondly, I'll tell you, for the farmers, either way, if you export or you consume locally, bottom line is income. And you can achieve that in all ways. Either you're exporting, they make money. Either you're consuming locally, they make money. You're processing and consuming locally, they make money. So now, for processing, I think the drive for Nigeria mostly centers around what can we earn, how can we earn foreign exchange, and we really need that. And that is why we talk about increase of export, diversifying our source of foreign exchange instead of being a mono economy. So when you have to look at it, when you want to encourage export, you want to encourage processing for value addition, you have to look back also so that you have a win-win situation. And when you want to come out with a policy, first you do your basic background due diligence to see. And you have to think into what is the impact of that policy that you want to churn out. Short term, medium term, long term. And what is the repercussion also on the total, on the complete value chain, so that you can come up with one policy that balances the interest of all the players. Now, to be specific about the call for ban for raw material, of the raw cashew nuts, have we mapped out all the processing plants that is available in the country? What is their capacity? What is their processing capacity? We're doing probably about 400 to 500,000 tons of raw cashew nuts. I mean, from statistics that was read out by NDC only a few days ago, we're probably exporting about 400 or 300 and something thousand tons. Now, what is the installed capacity of the factories, the processing plants that we have in Nigeria at present? What challenges are they facing? What is necessary to be done to improve their capacity utilization if they are not using completely what they have? So when you get all of those information and then you have to now look at what are the solutions. Now, it wouldn't be for you to just come out with a policy and say, we are banning this, when you don't have the capacity to utilize the total production. So if you have a plan that you want to put in place, that okay, we want to enforce this, you can state this and come up with a plan, 5-year plan, 10-year plan. And so in the first year, we ensure that we have reduced export of raw material by 10%. The second one, 20% or 50%, as the case may be. But at the same time, you're putting in policy that will encourage that. Because I can tell you, for any farmer or businessman, if I know that I can make 10 naira by selling, a groundnut, and I know if I can make 50 by processing groundnuts, what do you think I will do? I'll definitely go for where I can make more money. But if you have come by a field overnight and tell me I should stop making the 10 naira and jump to 50 naira, when I don't have the wherewithal buy or to install what I will need to process, what I will need for the processing to make the 59, and then you're trying to cut off my livelihood completely. If you tell me processing does not happen by fiat, by making the policy. How do you get the funding? Do you have funding for those who really want to go into processing? Easy access to funding. If you're talking about funding at 40% rate, at 40% interest rate, I can tell you, so before you even start, you have 40% to cover. Before you even start, it's 40. Then you put all the other associated costs, probably 200% before you start processing. And you have to look at, is the market able to absorb the cost of what you're producing? So all of those things are supposed to, and if you're coming up with a policy, you should analyze all of that and come up with a template that tells you the pricing and why people should go into this and do that. Then you will understand yourself before you turn out that policy and say, okay, we are banning this or we are banning that. So I think, those are things that we need to look at before we make policy pronouncements that will damage the sector completely. And I mean, of recent, we've seen the share nut one. The share nut was banned by fiat, not taking cognizance of work in progress. People have collected orders to fulfill. Some have even bought in their warehouses. They're in the process of shipment, and you say you ban it. Now what happened? The states, the nuts were there. The poor women farmers who were picking were left out of the livelihood because there was no absorption capacity for what was on ground. And there was not even a specific work that had been done to where are you exporting those processors. And can you just set up a factory in 1 day or 2 days or even say now 1 week or 1 month? Those policies that I call it, somersault or over somersault for that. So you need to look at this thing, be able to protect the farmers. Thank you.
Exactly. You as well enumerated what should be done. I would have loved to go over it again, but because of time. But I want to believe you captured. Oh, perfect. Thank you very much. So I wouldn't have to go over it again. The gentleman wants to learn his voice, but before he learns his voice, I'm happy to call to the stage to join the conversation one of the engine rooms. Very interesting, very, very, very critical stakeholder. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as I call to the stage Dr. Ghana Musti from Nexon Bank. Please a round of applause. Very important. Thank you very much. All right. Yes, you can lend your voice to this. Yeah. Thank you. Introduce yourself to that.
My name is Oke Okorafo. My business activities struggle to see two critical segments of the cashew value chain. And I think if you want to find out from anybody what the problem with developing the value chain in Nigeria is, I'm the person you should ask. I've been in it since 2013. I was in the oil industry. I wanted to do something, and I picked cashew value chain. And I started investing. Up to today, I have not received 1 naira institutional credit for all my efforts. Up to today, I have not received 1 naira institutional credit for my efforts. It's good that Nexim is here. I have 580 hectares of cashew plantation that need rehabilitation. I have a processing plant which I self-funded. I commissioned it in 2023. And as I speak with you, I haven't received 1 naira as working capital. The plant is idle.
Okay, let me ask you this question.
Yes, please.
Yes, so, okay, so you are really at the forefront of this whole conversation.
Yep.
Now, let me ask you this question. To be candid, right?
Yeah.
What would you say is the biggest constraint preventing you
Yes.
from scaling in this industry?
Yeah, it's good that I laid the groundwork before I answer that question. Okay. And that's what I was doing. It's very, very important. The stories I hear here are very sweet. they sound so good. But when you get down to practicalizing this, you find out that it is far, the real thing is far from what you have been told here. And that's why I had to lay down the background. If I have done all this since 2014, up to today, I haven't received institutional finance.
So
It tells you, number one, that is,
Yeah, so
that
you
is a
say
key problem.
financial-
Yeah, it's not good enough. It's not good for me to say that. It's good to lay the groundwork so that people understand. I don't mind spending another one day here, but people don't have time for it. It's important that people understand this.
So what's the biggest constraint?
I've said that.
Finance.
Access to finance. If I had the finance I needed, perhaps I would have had 10,000 hectares of cashew plantation by today.
Access to
If I
finance.
had the finance I needed, perhaps I would have been doing 10,000 metric tons of raw cashew nuts every year.
Now, if I ask this question again, it's not really access to finance that may be the problem. Maybe access to affordable finance.
No. Access to finance. We have an affordable
Okay.
finance,
Okay.
which is brandished by BOI, brandished by Nexim, and today it's being brandished by BOI, but you cannot lay your
You
hands
can't
on it.
access it.
You can't lay your hands on it. But the money gets disbursed.
Okay.
People like me don't get it.
Okay. This is interesting.
Of course, yes. I applied for equipment finance loan in 2018. I did so with BOI. I did so with Nexim.
Okay.
The Nexim process took 3 years. 3 years for them to give me a provisional approval. And they required me to go to a commercial bank to get a BG,
Okay.
a commercial bank that does trading. You go to a commercial bank, the commercial bank will carry out credit appraisal of your project based on trading principles.
Okay. Okay.
And that is dead on arrival.
Dead on arrival.
That was what happened.
Okay.
Today, I have engaged a consultant who took me back to BOI because he knows the managing director of BOI.
Okay.
But I told them, if you guys are going to ask me to go and get a BG from a commercial bank, please cancel this process. I'm not interested. So speak all the good grammar you speak here. The real thing is too bad. If a development finance institution like Nexim or BOI will outsource their credit appraiser
Okay.
to a commercial bank, which is a money deposit bank, it is horrible.
So what do you recommend in such a situation?
It's very clear.
Go ahead.
Nexim, do your credit appraiser based on the principles for development projects.
Okay.
Don't outsource it to a commercial bank based on the principle of trade financing. No.
Okay, interesting.
That is one thing that has to be done. And then we treat these processes with human face.
We treat it with human face.
With human face. If I have done all this, invested so much in this value chain, and that up to today, I see before you, I haven't accessed one naira institutional credit. We are sick.
Wow, that's interesting. I mean, this is an interesting finding, and I'm sure it resonates with some of the experiences of actors here. It's not the time for Nexim Bank yet, but because this has come forth, unfortunately, I have to jump to quickly handle this. Nexim Bank, you have heard, right? This is a live report from the practitioner's point of view. Now, like I said, we want to see what we can do this year differently. You know, so he has revealed out his issues, especially as it concerns funding. Now, for Nexim Bank, you had mentioned earlier on what's called PEA, I believe that's process, add value, and then export, right? That's a product. Now, my question is, you're going to also react to what he said, and then also give solutions to what we can do immediately to address those kind of issues. That's one. Now, can you tell us, collaterals and all of that are the conversations we keep hearing. But I think this time around we have to look differently. We have to think outside the box. Does Nexim Bank have like an alternative funding structure, that seeks to make funding available for access, that seek to make funding available for export-oriented organizations like himself, something alternative fund type of thing, please?
Yeah, thank you very much. We even had a discussion before. Coming up with finance. So I know about this. Yes, it was actually specifically talking about the bank guarantee. Yes, we do that, but that's not the only collector. We do other forms of collection. But that's the easiest one because where the deposit are so like we don't accept deposit. So the commercial banks are partners, our partners. They help us 15 when we are paying, disbursing any fund, we are disbursing to the customer's bank. And those commercial banks, all the transactions, those companies are commercial. So they are in data policy to know their activities.
Okay.
So that's why that's the easiest one, but that's not the only one. There are all other forms of collateral.
Okay, so I'm asking.
That's basically the question.
So what he? Okay. Okay, great.
Then,
So okay.
depending on about project finance. And when we come up with a concept, with a business plan, but not all business plans are perfect. And of course, you can't just have all these things overnight. Right? Something that you can make over time. As they are said now, they are developed a lot of things, even to come up with a factory. What I advise people to do is finally, now that you have a factory, your challenge is the working capital. So now work for the working capital.
Okay.
All these things you have over 2 or 3 years, you're talking of good enough, sure. Perhaps that time when you get, you don't have all those things.
Okay, so my okay.
Perhaps that was the challenge.
Okay, should go for working capital. Now,
Yes, that was the
challenge.
now.
So no, my question now is, does Nexim Bank have any alternative? I mean, away from the traditional type of credit products, are they very innovative financing structures or products that private sectors like the gentleman that just spoke can readily access, especially those that are export-oriented, value addition and export-oriented? Do you currently have any product? Yeah, please let us know. I'm sure they will be happy to learn about some of the products that you have.
Actually, with the finance project, first of all, that's when you want to set up something. But let me show this part. Our own credit for export.
Yes. So do you have any?
We have other banks.
Yeah. So, sorry, sir. We're run out of time, so I'm trying to just.
Yeah, and give that background so that people understand. We have Bank of Agri, we have Bank of Industry. Nexim is funding only export. Your own business.
You're funding only exports.
Export.
Good. So do you have any product?
Yes.
Okay.
Project financing. We do trade financing.
Okay.
That means if you want to set up a factory, for example, factory, process something, add value and export.
Okay, so their eligibility criteria. First, your product has to be export oriented, right?
Yeah.
Value addition. What other criteria is required to access? It has to be registered company. Okay. How long does it take to process? I mean, is it accessible? That's another thing. Remember, he was talking about these things are not accessible, even though they seem. Okay, so run us through what's the PEA you mentioned? There's a product you mentioned, process, add value, export.
Add value and export.
Yes, what's that product?
That's initiative because we fund projects, we fund training, we want even participation in the, if you are participating in the value chain, even if you're not export
clear, sir. That's clear, yes. Okay, well, I mean, time, again, if you can see with me, time is really, the MC is also on my neck for us to quickly, this is supposed to be 2 hours, but now we have to crash it to like less than 1 hour. That's interesting, right? So it will make us miss a bit on some of the things. That's why I want us to just hit the points, hit the nail on the head, and then let's go out from there. We don't have any PC, right? We don't have any PC represented. Unfortunately, they've gone. All right, so let's quickly look at another segment, which is productivity, research, and climate resilience. We mentioned earlier on that one advantage that we have is that we're one of the largest producers of raw cashew nuts in the region. But this is threatened by two things. I'm happy Dr. Dele made the presentation earlier on. It's been threatened by two things. First, aging tree plantation, and then second, climate volatility. You see what climate is doing to us. See when Hamatan is showing up. If no, never in the history of Nigeria. These realities are real and they are beginning to affect us. This question goes to CREAM, Dr. A.R. Adedeji. You see, you mentioned that you have 32 PhD holders and they are tasked with bringing innovations, you know. And we want to see how these innovations will not only be on the shelves, but will translate into things that are very tangible, that will result to increased yield, things like stronger trees, a greater resilience in the smallholder farmer, and then these things, we want them something that can start now, not in 2 years, not in 3 years, not in 4 years. So the question to you, Doctor, is that what is CREAM? I mean, are they very specific things that CREAM has? You mentioned earlier on, you know, in the course of the presentations. Now, you have developed some
technologies.
Say it again.
You have technologies.
You have technologies, and you also developed improved cashew varieties.
Yes.
Now, my question to you is how beyond the laboratory, what specific, you mentioned those climate smart varieties that you already developed, right? So how do you intend for these products to reach to farmers that are in the remote areas, those who don't have, who are not properly trained, who don't have access to those things, especially in the remote areas? What do you have in place, or how do you intend to reach those kind of farmers? So
thank you very much. Yes, there's this fact that we have to accept. Research and development is not cheap. Unfortunately, in this side of world, we give less attention to research and development. Yes, we have a lot of technologies that we have developed. We have varieties. If you listen to his presentation, we are even moving away from using nuts to raise seedling, because you see, we see it as kind of a wastage to using vegetatively propagated young cashew plants. All these are on shelf. But to get all these new innovation across to farmers, we need more collaboration along the value chain. I told you I have about 32 PhD holders. They have developed the technology, but they cannot use their salary to extend the technology and the varieties to the farmers. So we need collaboration along the value chain. In terms of funding, it will shock you that 2025 came and gone without a kobo on cashew research.
Okay, so if you are to make a call, who would you expect to quickly jump in? We want to make a result.
Yes, all of us are benefiting along value chain. Okay. In an advanced countries, all those big companies, they have percentage set aside for research and development. Okay. Nothing like that in Nigeria. So we have to come together and say, okay, we really mean business. If research institute can develop technology, how do we get all this technology across to farmers? Then what are the logistics required? Then we collaborate. If you are exporter, if you can set aside 1% of your profit for research and development, it will go a long way for us to develop. Because without the technology getting to those people that are going to use it, they are useless on shelf. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. You're being limited by funding, and you need a participation from funding partners, including exporters and the likes, to put a percentage of their revenue to support research so that to reach the end users like the farmers. Time will kill me to ask additional questions. I'm really pressed for time. Do we have Dr. Ibrahim Doba here? 200 million, please. Okay, thank you so much again, sir. Dr. Doba, as Nigeria seeks to increase cashew production to meet rising global demand, environmental sustainability cannot then be an afterthought, right? It cannot be an afterthought. So how do we practically balance the expansion of cashew plantations with national goals for reforestation, land restoration, and environmental conservation? That's a big grammar, isn't it? Well, let's see if we can do justice to that.
It's a good question.
All right, thank you. Please, if you can do it in 1 minute, that would be great, so that we can quickly wrap up this session. Okay, please help me with this. Help me with this.
Okay. Okay. That's a good question. We already know that Africa contributes only 3% to the global carbon emission. However, out of impacted countries, adversely impacted in Africa, which means we are suffering from the bad habits of others, right? It also means that if this climate change is going to kill us all.
Is he audible? Is he audible? Huh? He's not audible, right?
This climate change is going to kill us all. Climate change is going to kill us, Africa will die, right? That is why we need drastic action. I'm happy you said you wanted action. They say, follow the person who knows road, right? Before Ethiopia was known for farming, right? And and look for jackets to wear. Why planted lowered the temperature. And we know for example, almost the entire it's a rainforest. Why? Because they have trees. If you remove all the trees and bring to the north will become a rainforest. And the south will become what the north is, right? So that is why we don't need to plant trees. We need to plant forests. Yes. For example, the initiative that the Office of the Vice President to plant 500 million trees. That is going to create a lot that by design, God has designed the cashew to be example, for my state, last year, over 200 million people, sorry, 200 people died from flooding alone, from one state, over something that you can share very quickly.
Great. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for that intervention. Time really is not on our side. I'm just trying to skip and skip and skip, but again, get the meat of the conversation. There's a gentleman who has not spoken yet, and he has been very keenly listening. We're looking at the next almost, I'm drawing the curtain to this conversation now. Again, looking at the financing. That's the side I still want to look at. Our national president mentioned earlier again that financing is one major issue. Even Kogi State does not have a processing plan because of some of those issues. Now, you are in the front line of the cashew sector. You know that, the standard bank loans and all of that, the traditional bank loans. But let's move away from all of those and look at what we can do that can translate to something tangible this year. From your experience, which alternative funding structures, such as maybe warehouse receipt system, such as forward contracts, impact investments, have really proven very effective for scaling operation in Nigeria? From experience now. Partnership, okay. Corporate. Okay. Investment, innovation, and global trade. Okay, so crowdfunding, right? Okay, okay. Yeah, maybe in 1 minute because of time. Okay. Mm. Mm.
and which other country, top 3 among the countries that we are trading to. So now, what we need is
Cooperation, innovation, leverage.
and trust. So
Okay.
once those ones come to be and you are able to build a synergy within a center, what you are lacking, someone can own a warehouse, another person own a logistics company, another person own, his expertise to be able to do
Okay.
recording.
Okay.
Another person can say, this is what we are doing, but it must be through transparent action.
Now, how can we? Yeah.
Even our local banks,
Mm, mm.
the banking system that we're talking about, it was taken from commodity trading.
Okay.
In Mesopotamia, where the concept of banking even started, it was great that they were trading. It was great that they were trading, and while they were trading the grains, they put the process from the process of that trading of grains. For example, they now put in corn. From coin, then we now use promissory notes. From promissory note to paper, from paper to currency, being regulated by CBN. So now let's go back to that practice and bring it back to how we should use it to advance the cost of the things that we do for ourselves and bring it back. You create synergy. Why do you create club? Why do you have association? Why do you have people to
Okay. Yes. Yes. Sorry for the. Maybe in few seconds. Yeah. Mm. Okay, so. We don't have industrial banks. Okay, one, we don't have industrial banks. Okay. Mm. Commercial banks. Okay, so we don't have industrial banks. I need us to hit the nail. You're doing very well, but because of time, right? I just want us to hit something quickly. I mean, this is a very interesting. I can do 1 hour talking to you along this line. So we don't have industrial bank. You had mentioned also crowdfunding as one innovative solution you think would work. Warehouse receipt system you think may not really fly. You also mentioned leverage and partnership. But these people work in silos. Who would coordinate the activities of all these different actors so that they can now work in unison and then leverage or synergize resources? Okay.
In Nigeria today, there are so many things that we do that was the practice of old. Immediately education setting, we tend to run away and shift away from those things, and we're not getting results. CBN came with a new project called Annual Grant Program. They gave it a name like because it exists among farmers, even within the local community. This practice exists, but they came and branded and gave it a name, Annual Grant Program. All these Annual Grant Programs that exist among farmers. Farmers in some communities will group themselves about 8 or 10. They will go to farm A, B, C, D. The synergy and that synergy they create among themselves make them to clear, understand, a very large expanse of land, that one man will do. And they will do this. So if that synergy has once existed, within our practice, then we can also.
So how can we engender that? How can we? That's an issue. How can we solve that?
To solve it,
Yes.
it makes to bring expertise. Thank God for the nation innovation.
Okay. Like what? Give an example so that we can begin to point to people. Mm. Technical experts like who and who? Okay. The innovation drive. Okay. 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 Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Mm. Okay. Okay. Who? Okay. So we make it IT driven. right? ICT driven, so that everybody will see transparency and all of that. But who do you think should be the champion of this whole thing that will bring everybody together? Who? Maybe a ministry, maybe an organization, or what? Private sector driven. Okay. Sector driven, private sector that is trusted, everybody trusts, that can drive this innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, time is failing us to have a conversation. Okay, the president wants to quickly make an input. With that, we are really drawing the curtain.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, once again. You see, the problem of Nigeria is too many grammar. We speak too much grammar, and we are not going straight to what we're supposed to do. We are talking of access to funding. All this beating around the bush cannot help us. Make funding accessible to processors. Minimize your collateralization. Don't tie the neck of people getting money. Let me give you an instance. I have somebody in UK. He just entered UK not more than 6 months. He borrowed £10,000 from the bank, from the comfort of his phone. £10,000 in Nigerian money today, we know how much is it. For you to access 1 million naira in Nigeria, they will ask you for your grandmother's birth certificate. These things will not help us. Simplify collateralization for process. That's what we are asking for. Special agro processing loan. He talks about industrial banking. You want to industrialize the nation and you don't have industrial banking principles. How do you industrialize it? Those are the areas. We know our problems. So let us stop talking. Let's take action and do what is right. Simplify collateralization. Let people access this money. That is the only way. And that is why we have associations. Associations are ready to champion this thing. Give us that confidence, give us that trust, and see. Somebody have a factory, somebody has a farm, you say you should go and bring BG. You should go and bring BG before you can access loan. Is his farm not there? Is the factory that you want to use the money for not there in the factory? Is the factory not there? What do you need more than that to support him to employ people? If you give him money because of his farm, if you give him money because of his factory, he will employ more people. But you ask him to go and bring BG. He will bring BG for what? Is he using the money to go and build house? He said he's using the money for his factory. And he has given you all his factory documents. What do you need more than that? That you're asking for BG. So let us go straight to our point and do what is needful for the country. Otherwise, all those beating around the bush that somebody is saying, ban, 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 ban will not help us. You see, if we ban, somebody make a statement here. Somebody make a statement here that is very crucial, that many of us did not take cognizance of what that means. He said, if we ban, we will kill production in the country. And that, if we keep production, then we are at climate risk. We are at climate risk. That is, if the climate change is what it is, it's going to kill everybody. Africa will be the first people to die. And what we have much to checkmate that is continue to grow our production. That is what we have. That is where our strength is. Increase production. How do you increase production? Price incentive is what will drive farmers to produce more. So let our people think about what is needful for us. Let the federal government think about what is needful for us. And let the banks, especially the development banks, we don't have industrial bank. The development banks can take that position and simplify the declaration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a place to read the curtain for this panel discussion. Now he has looked at a very innovative way. The process of collateralization should be made easy for people to access this funding. Now, as we close, in tandem with what he just said, this is just the last question to all of us. And I want us to answer it in 10 seconds. Please, 10 seconds, so that in less than 1 minute or in less than 2 minutes, we're done with this. Now, what is that single most important intervention that must be executed immediately so that 2026 session will be the most competitive in Nigeria's history?
He has mentioned some parts. What would be that thing that would stimulate it? What would that thing that would stimulate what he mentioned, making access to funding easy? Let's start from him and go all the way, just in 2 seconds.
Sincere collaboration and among stakeholders, so that we will not have because we have we are suspecting ourselves, so we don't have that trust among ourselves. Even those that have money are afraid of putting down the money, and until we have that sincere collaboration, if I'm sure that if I put down the money is safe, and you that collect the money, you don't want to run me down, then we are good to go.
Yeah, I think part of what he said is correct, but then also looking at it for government itself, what are you trying to achieve? You're talking about insecurity, you're talking about development. So what is the short-term plan? What is the long-term goals? So it gives you an impression of, okay, will you rather put in money by buying bullets and bombs? If you explode one bomb, $12,000, and that is gone. And when you are doing the procurement for those bombs, do you ask for all of those things? Now, if you put money into agriculture, you put funding into productive processes and programs that will enhance, that will do. You eliminate the need to put those funds that you will have put here into areas that needlessly need to be put in. So what I'm trying to infer here is the issue of those stringent conditions that are put. For me, I've always looked at the proponent. How can a development bank tell you to go and bring a bank guarantee? Do you know what a bank guarantee means, getting a bank guarantee for the bank? The bank will tell you, okay, for us to give you the bank guarantee, put that money that you need inside the bank. Then we'll give. So if I have the money, why do I need those funding? To remove those limitations. That's why I'm saying that since we have development financial institutions, government has to take those risks in the greater good of the country, so you spend less money on insecurity.
Good. I agree with other suggestions, especially what my brother here said about partnership. So 2 things. Partnership, because if you have a group of people coming together, everybody contributing, then we'll be able to spread the risks and also the obligations of everybody. Because it's better to have 1% of what works than to have 100% of something that doesn't work, right? So partnership is important. We also need one-stop investment hub. I know at subnational level, like in Niger State, we have one-stop shop there, even though it's not as effective as we want it to be. But if we have a national one-stop hub where you want to export, you want to loan money, you want to borrow money, etc., you can do it under one roof. Everybody is represented. Nexim is there, the commercial banks are there, everybody. So it's accessible that way. When I went to Kigali, they have such a thing, and it helps the economy. Thank you.
Yes. In addition to all our recommendations, one thing I would suggest that all the stakeholders, the association, should help us canvass is this issue of recapitalization of the development banks, especially Nexim Bank. All we're talking is issue of collaterals and all those sort of things. All those things depends on banks' appetite to taking risks. And at any given point in time, that depends on, for instance, your MPL at a given point in time, non-performing loans. If now I may tell you maybe what is our non-performing loans as it is now, it is far above the level accepted by in the industry. So we have taken far more risks. So the best way is to recapitalize the banks because we are all government-owned banks, if we are recapitalized, of course, that the NPL of the banks will be diluted, so the level, our appetite to taking risks will be improved.
Yeah, in addition to all said, grants will help. Grants, yes. Yeah, in the sense, when people are lacking what they need to inject into a process, and you are giving grant without them having to pay back as a government way of intervention, it will help a lot. Thank you.
A lot has been said, but I'm looking at it from the perspective of a long-term kind of approach, which has to do with agro-commodity development fund with a highly simplified process for access to credit. If that is in place, we won't be talking about industrial bank, BOI, and the rest. You know where you're going if you're carrying out any development in any of the value chain. Agro-commodity development fund, so we should.
For the agricultural sector. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause to our panelists. Time has failed us to do so much. But I'll be directed that you come up quickly so for a snapshot. Please, you can come this way for a snapshot. Unfortunately, we don't have time to take questions from the audience because of time constraints. So we do this. I don't know if our repertoires... Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. Yeah.
Hello, hello. All right. All right, please, a round of applause for our panelists. We've come to the end of the fruitful deliberation. Please, a round of applause to them. Thanks to the panelists, thanks to the moderator, and thanks to the rapporteurs. And of course, whatever has a beginning has an end.
Are you shutting down now?
Yes.
Okay, that you should announce that we'll have our AGM later today.
All right, an information just coming by. There will be the AGM coming up much later today. All right, so for the closing remark, we call on the FACAN President, Alhaji Sharif Balogun, to please come forward for the closing remark. And also, we'll be having the INCAN President, Dr. Ojo Ajanaku, for the closing remark. Once again, everyone, we appreciate you. We thank you for your time, for your rapt attention. Pray that the cashew industry will get to that great height we are all looking forward to. Okay, all right. So we just got the information that the BOT chairman will be giving us the closing remark. Please, let's have the BOT chairman. Time is well spent. Time has been well spent.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to say a very big thank you to all participants to this great event. For me, it is the greatest thing that has ever happened in my life. I was the founding national president of this great organization. I started this organization, and today, the fire I lighted has bloomed and blossomed and is walking to His glory. To God be that glory. I want to beg God that as you depart, you get to your various homes safely, and that the AGM will eventually nurture and bring forward a program that will hereafter, this 2026, bring a change, a dramatic change that will make everybody in the industry very happy. I pray to God that Ojo Ajanako will continue to pilot this great organization the way he has done. So I wish everybody, as you go, a pleasant journey home. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, a round of applause to him. Like I said, I appreciate everyone present here, because whatever has a beginning has an end, and we have come to the close of today's event. We have successfully and graciously come to the end of the 4th Nigeria Cashew Day 2026 event. We want to thank especially the Incan president, Mr. Ojo Joseph Ajanaku, the pioneer and big name behind this event. Also want to especially appreciate the president, Africa Cashew Association, Mr. Ibrahim Samfo, also the dignitaries that were present, invited guests, and also the media. We thank you so much, the media. And we also want to appreciate the National Secretary, Mr. Unekwojo Augustine Edime, for working closely with the MC for the smooth running of things on today's event. And also, we want to appreciate our partners, our sponsors, and everyone. And like I said, we have come to the end of today's event. Congratulations, everyone. I remain your humble host, Thelma Okokun, from Armed Forces Radio 107.7 FM. If you want my services, you can take the number quickly, 080 63 92 6784. Once again, if you want my services, you can call the number or send a message to 080 63 92 6784. And with that, I take a bow. Have a beautiful evening, Nigerians.